What'd you pay $3 for?
I got the Wendy's had the bacon pub fries.
How? And
It's
is
like
it bad?
half a box of fries.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
no pub.
There's no
There's
pub.
no pub.
Where's the pub?
What is this?
Dude, you should go back and be like, I ordered the pub.
I wanted extra
bacon
pub.
In pub?
I'm sorry. Are you saying the word pub?
No, I ordered pugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun?
Where's
What
my
are pub
pugs?
fries?
Pub
I assume with
fries?
like bacon, beer, cheese, and chili. I don't know.
Yeah, like it's something you'd order
At
you'd
a
order
bar.
over like bar trivia.
Or as the British say, pub.
Well-
Wendy's, it's anything you want it to be.
And apparently, just
Manager
imagine the toppings you could have.
It is mayo.
Ugh.
Oh.
Just mayo?
Just
Ooh,
mayo.
that's a very white person.
It's spicy.
Yeah.
Gotta say.
What Midwestern hell is this?
Well, now that we're live, I guess we can start addressing people. What's up, everyone? Welcome,
Hi.
Steven. Thanks for following DT404H. I don't know if that's supposed to mean something.
Thank you, Steven. Your new address is 125.
Your
Shelby
social
Way.
security is 1, 2, 3. Jesus
You
Christ.
said we were supposed to address them, right? I don't...
This is the dot stream. I hope everybody is prepared.
If you can hear and things are sounding good or bad, let me know. Announcements and crap are on the in-between screens. Only big announcement is that we have scheduled the Mecha Hack one-shot for April 28th, I think is the date. You can see it on the break screens. Looking forward to it. Got some familiar faces. We're crossing the streams a little bit. We're gonna have some people from Shadows over Driftchapel and people from this campaign playing together. I'm looking forward to it.
Who it is.
I
The other losers.
can't begin to guess who it might be. Shout outs to all the people who were here for the Shadows over Driftchapel and cheered some bits, resubscribed, gifted subscriptions. It was some awesome stuff. And thanks for coming to hang out, Radiant Lucia. Lucia? I still don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Radiant Lucia. It was awesome having some new people to hang out. I don't think there's too much. We have finally nailed down a date for the fireside chat where all of us weirdos are going to be sitting down, drinking, talking about D&D on a Saturday night.
Oh,
baby.
Saturday.
Who knows if we'll actually talk about D&D? We might just talk about Bionicles for 2 to 3 hours. We'll find out.
yeah.
Totally possible.
Tell me about the heart of Mata Nui.
Well, our fate is sealed.
We're going to be talking about
A lot of
Moana.
things that D&D might.
I should bring my. I'm gonna get my collection. I'll bring it out for the podcast.
Xavier is gonna do a show and tell where he tells in detail the individual lore of every Bionicle he owns.
Why didn't they do show and tell? In like high school and middle school. Why was that just an elementary school thing?
Because you know
Like,
there'd be that one kid who'd bring something, and you're like, I don't know, I don't want to see your drug collection.
Yeah, do you
This is
want
illegal."
high schoolers to be showing what they like at that time?
Yes. Yes. I want to see the cringe. I want everyone to know that they're equally as cringe in high school.
That's fair,
He's-
because that might relieve some of the anxieties of high school, you know? You're like, oh
Yeah.
man, I'm weird for liking this thing. It's like, nah, talk about it.
This is my body pillow and my other body pillow.
Sometimes I make them kiss.
This is my Logan and body pillow.
This
It's
is my
great.
secret flash drive.
High
Oh.
schoolers, notoriously cool about people's interests.
Jesus Christ.
I have heard.
Well
that.
known as respectful and kind and empathetic individuals.
I
This
mean,
is all true. Nothing
Collection
wrong.
of a single taxidermied item.
let's be honest, much better than middle schoolers, in my opinion. But
Oh yeah.
I mean,
As I said before the stream started, middle schoolers are young enough to still be brave, but dumb enough to not realize that if you wanted to, you could throw them against a wall and kill them.
I don't.
Maybe
Did you
ho-
say-
I have never mind.
Okay. No, he said it. He said it.
Yeah.
I don't
Yes,
think
I
this is
didn't
the word
say anything wrong. I didn't say any. I didn't lie.
I mean,
Molder of young minds, everybody.
All right, we'll put
We-
down our
we all
shovels. Let's put down our
One
shovels.
day
Stop
in
digging
middle
these
school,
holes.
I was hanging out with some friends in my
Oh, no.
neighborhood, but
Mhm.
then we got bored of playing some video games, so we went
Yeah.
out to this friend's driveway
Yeah.
and we took off our shirts and slapboxed.
And then what?
and then what?
And then what?
I don't know if I won or not. I don't remember.
I think
I
that's
don't think
what's
with slapboxing shirtless, I don't think anybody wins.
Yeah, you do.
I
You always win.
I think that's one thing I do admire about like that sort of middle school age is like whenever you're bored, they're the most creative at coming up with something to do, and it's always the most abstract bullshit.
I think it's just literally like, let's find ways, at least boys, are like, let's find ways to hurt ourselves.
Did y'all ever do that thing where it's
No.
like people would pass
I've never
It's
done a
like
thing in my entire
a
life.
half-filled bottle of water, but you just put shit in it,
Yeah,
and like you keep
Wait.
daring people to drink it.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
done something
Oh,
similar.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
I
used
did
to.
it after someone did like literally like their snot.
What?
Like, right before me.
Stop! Stop!
I think there was like some green peas in it too.
Stop!
There's a difference between my childhood and y'all's, and it's
Yeah,
just it's showing. It's starting to show.
For most of his childhood, Xavier sat in a high-backed chair, just quietly.
A
flipping
winged
through-
velvet chair.
I was
quietly
sitting there
flipping
waiting.
through ancient tomes.
I was prepared. I was going to be the next in my family's line. I need to be ready.
This is Xavier lore.
Brandy
Xavier
glass full of
Demadani
Welch's
over
grape
here.
juice.
Yeah.
Xavier Demaduni, Roman's brother. Jesus.
No.
We used to play a sandwich smashing game that had very elaborate rules, but effectively, when someone would take a bite of their sandwich at lunch and they left it on the their wherever they were sitting their plate, and they didn't put something else on top of it, you had perfect right to reach over with your fist and smash the shit out of their sandwich.
What?
That was
What is
it.
wrong with people in trying to waste food? I
And
don't understand.
looking back on it, like I think we can all agree, like public school, like lunch systems are abysmal.
Oh, yeah.
And most kids end up hungry after lunch anyway. And so looking back on it, I'm like, man, we were really shitty. We were ruining people's lunches who like needed that shit. But it was.
I don't understand.
I don't know.
I truly don't
We were
understand.
dumb.
Or like the dumbness of like schools in general, where it's like, oh, I'm gonna give you a full meal, and it's like this greasy piece of pizza and
Peas
like
and carrots from a can.
Well, I mean, that's
Yeah.
what happens when you shop out contracts for public school meals to the
Yeah.
lowest bidder.
Those perfectly rectangular pizza slices tasted amazing.
Only
I'm not
because
talking
you
about-
were starving.
talking about
Comparatively
the
to everything
square.
else there, maybe.
I lived during the like before that and during the Michelle Obama era where it was like a lot worse than the square pizzas. Like schools found ways to get around all the regulations. They were just like everything is a vegetable nowadays.
And they also like incredibly small portions too. And it's just... Anyway, enough about talking
Yeah,
shit.
you want to talk about vegetables? You'll be one if you complain.
Okay, now
Alright.
we're done.
Yep,
that.
that conversation.
That's what you got to look forward to for the 100 follower special.
Yeah.
You get to find Paige Baker's notorious notorious faces.
Don't dox Paige.
I'm using my PC, man. This is all Carson.
Yeah.
All
Sure, Paige.
Carson all the time.
Oh Jesus H. I since we started right as Alan got here, I need because I don't think there's that many people here. No one cared last time when I did it. I'm gonna start setting up our videos. So if you guys want to keep chatting, news
You
about
could have done that
Candace.
when we were talking about this whole time. What do you mean?
Well, I wanted to give
I'll
you
be
a
right
warning, but we were in such the heated debate.
Paige is
Uh,
walking. Look at Paige walk away.
You've upset Paige.
I don't know, Sam. Tell me the news about Candace and Xavier. If you want to plug anything that you're doing while I get video stuff set up.
Wait, Candace who?
Your mom.
My mom's name's not Candace.
Not your mom.
Alan's mom's not Candace.
Whose mom is Candace?
It's not my mom.
Not mine.
Damn it, Sam.
Candace, dick fit in your mouth, kid.
Oh, Sam. Never fails.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Plugging stuff. Ooh, yesterday I did a surprise Sunday stream, and I
Yeah.
played this really fun indie game called Going Under, and I had a really lot of fun with this. Really good game. It was it's kind of like Hades, where it's like a roguelike, where you kind of like go through a dungeon and it like changes every time you go through. So if you enjoy those types of games, I think you'd enjoy it. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Going to be doing more Disco Elysium. We are on day
Nice.
2 now, and we
I heard
may
they
or
added
may
more
not.
voices to Disco.
They did. I saw
But
that.
where? But where?
But where to most of the NPCs and shit?
Yeah, but the NPCs mostly had voices, didn't
Not
they?
all of them, no.
Oh.
I remember because when I streamed it for a little while, I had to do the read out loud everything. But now they do all their own talking.
When are you gonna finish that game?
Never.
Logan? Oh.
Anyway, Xavier has the floor.
Yeah, thanks for rudely interrupting me. God,
Yeah, come on, guys.
I
Anyway,
can't believe this. But yeah, I'm on.
it?
I'm on day. You know what?
Anyway,
I'm
so
on day 2.
no,
Oh baby, what have I come back to?
I'm not streaming anymore. I'm done. I've actually quit streaming altogether.
Carson, I think it's your turn to interrupt Xavier now that you're back.
Oh, cool. Can you start talking?
Yeah. I'll start talking right now. Is this a good point for you?
Yeah,
To interrupt
anyway,
me? Okay.
so-
Cool.
Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, so the other day, I'm sorry. Were you saying something?
Yeah, I was also gonna say, other than Disco Elysium, I'm
Oh,
also
Disco
doing.
Elysium. That reminds me.
I went to a disco the other day.
Highly irresponsible.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry. Please continue.
Yeah. I'm vaccinated, so I guess I could go to discos now. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, with other vaccinated people.
I love
Travis.
gaslighting my friends.
With other
So-
vaccinated people, I don't care about your life. I care about my own.
That's fair.
I'm also doing a 30-day ranked challenge for Apex Legends.
When does
and
that start?
It's already started, and I'm going to start streaming it as I continue progressing through ranked. I got to gold this weekend.
Wait, so but if you're not streaming it till now, when did you start it?
I started it like last week.
How does that work? You're not supposed to
What?
start things without streaming it.
I can do. I
God
exist
forbid.
outside of the
Unless it
stream.
exists on stream.
I wake up to stream and that's it. Other than that, I just go back to sleep.
Wake up, stream. Get up, stream.
This is Spike Sus episode. I hope you guys are.
Oh, cool. What's your next character
boy,
gonna be? Hopefully,
It's been none.
hopefully
On
it's
my
gonna be a
way to-
charismatic character for once.
Got 2 CDs the other day. Cool.
No.
On
Very
my way
cool.
to my job down in the old streaming mines.
I got that streamer lung.
Yeah. It's just popcorn lung from vaping so much, but
What if you
also
only
all
one
my
flavor?
blood is purple now from G
Yeah.
Fuel, but that is unrelated.
Carson, what is it with you trying to promote G Fuel on our stream?
Dude, if we
I
get
don't know.
if we get a promotion, if we get sponsored by G Fuel,
Or not?
Yeah,
Hashtag
if they're gonna-
Green Vault.
G Fuel, Mr. G Fuel, if you're there and want to sponsor us, I will turn my blood purple for you. For those
How will you do
ad
that?
dollars.
Explain to me how you will do that.
by enjoying
Willpower.
the many delightful flavors of G Fuel.
Hashtag
you know what?
Greenback Vault.
G Fuel.
Yeah.
G Fuel.
What is it like? Blue raspberry, Sonic's taint? I don't know.
Listen, Xavier deserves a G Fuel sponsorship. He killed Shroud.
That's true.
Yeah, we discussed
with
this.
his
How I
bare
killed him.
hands. He was playing Apex Legends and he reached his hand through the screen and just strangled Shroud where he slept.
Yep,
Chief,
fully.
if you sponsor this, I will turn Paige Baker's blood purple.
You gotta stop saying my mom's name.
You're the one who's using your mom's account. to
I
stream.
covered it up for now.
I'm not using my mom's account. This is
You
my
are.
computer.
It's logged in
are.
under your mom's
You're
apparently.
logged in.
It like
Did I?
apparently.
Yes.
I'm not just saying Paige Baker because I enjoy your mother. I don't know your mother.
Yeah, why you keep saying the name then?
It's right there. I can't help it.
So Travis, you do not enjoy Carson's mother?
I don't
the
know.
fuck?
I don't know
Oh.
Carson's mother. I'm sure she's a wonderful lady.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this has been a real shit show so far.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
still want us to vamp?
No,
Do
please
we need
stop
more
vamping.
Okay.
Please stop vamping. No
yeah, how
more
is-
vamping.
How is the Naruto shirt? I like the Naruto shirt. It's
You
pretty
don't
cool.
even know who Naruto
I'm
is.
gonna get a
Shut
refill.
up.
Naruto's like a bowl of food, right?
Fake Naruto fanboy.
I can't.
Yeah, it's a
stand
dog
you. I'm gonna
food
throw a Rasengan right at your face. I can't believe it.
Rasengan. Is that like that Starmie Rasengan? Is that the next evolution?
Yes, it is. It is. It actually is. You're right. You're right, Travis. You're right.
Cool.
Star you, star me, star they.
Star people.
Star Wii, Star Nostostros, Star Vosotros.
Oh.
Starless demos.
I'm uncomfortable with the energy we've created in this studio.
No Oble Star.
What?
It's the next progression, obvious.
Oh, okay.
I'm drinking liquor. It's good. You're muted. You're Logan muted.
Thank you. I don't know what I missed. I hope I missed all of it. And
It was nothing that would made your life any better.
I believe it. So I guess last announcement. Yes, we are an hour earlier than normal. Half hour
right?
later than planned. This will
Are
be.
We won't name
Um,
names.
No, we'll name names. Alan got let out of his internship a bit later.
I had to drive a Kia Soul.
All right.
I'm
you
sorry.
Are you a hamster?
Oh, a fate worse than death.
Bruh, I had to drive a Pontiac Aztec one time and I nearly ended it.
That is Logan. That is the exact face I want to see you make every single. That's the perfect.
Maybe we should
Emo.
not play at this time anymore because I don't know what's going on. You guys got that daytime energy. The sun's out still.
What?
Here it is,
Getting
at least.
wild tonight, people. Let's do it.
The sun's out.
Yeah, it's like sunset times now.
The sun's out.
Yeah. Here it is. Their blinds are closed, idiot.
Shit.
Jesus H. So this will be
I
our
thought
regular.
Logan just called you an idiot. That was funny.
Just trying to play some TNT.
Oh, okay. So what happened last session? I guess.
Hold on. So yes, we will hopefully start going live at 6:30 Central Time in the upcoming weeks. Depending on if we need to change that or for Alan's sake to give him a bit of a buffer. That's not really a slight. That's literally if you want to start a half hour later than we planned, we can start doing that too. I know you're shaking your head no, but it's it can't all be about you, Travis.
What?
Yeah, that's what I thought. In the mode.
Oleg voice.
Oleg voice. So hopefully you can keep seeing us at roughly this time, and maybe we can even get done a little bit earlier. So looks like our setup is good. Hopefully everyone can see us okay. I think I've got my notes for this session. I got notes from last session. We'll start with a little bit of RP warm-up before we get too deep into it. I think Xavier went last time. I think the only person who has not gone in this news cycle is
Yo, what up?
Off to a great start.
Let me make sure I have Xavier marked off. Xavier's did the what did your character last dream about last time? That off. Sweet. And I think in reference to our conversation that we just did or just had, this is for Alan. I guess from Killian's perspective.
I am a vampire. Ask me anything.
In middle school, what would Killian, or no, we'll say high school because that was kind of the origin of the conversation. In high school, what would Killian have brought for show and tell?
In high school.
In high school.
Yeah. A normal time.
A
to have
perfectly
show and tell.
normal time.
Yeah, that was the consensus of our conversation. A perfectly normal time.
High schoolers are not into any weird things.
Yeah, and are very respectful of each other's choices.
He would have brought his father's necklace, which he still wears to this day.
What would he have said during the little presentation about it?
He would have said that his dad used it whenever he went on missions, and it was kind of a just in case anything happens. Yeah, actually, it's a specific necklace. Should I say what it is?
If you want, go for it. Yeah.
It is a necklace of adaptation. Where you can breathe normally in any environment. And so, especially
case.
for Aarakocra, this would be extremely beneficial if you needed to fly at higher altitudes and there wasn't as much oxygen up there. So you could just fly higher without too much consequence. Besides, needing to bundle up for the temperature. But yeah.
And I know we give Alan a lot of crap here. No one can deny he makes thoughtful decisions about his characters.
Oh, fully, yeah.
No, I was gonna say this before he got here, but it just always blows my mind how Alan is like one of the smartest people I know, but also one of the dumbest people I know.
Alan contains multitudes.
Thanks, Jacob.
He's like an onion. He has layers. You know.
I prefer parfaits.
Oh, wow.
Everybody loves parfaits.
A Shrek reference. How fresh.
It is
Yeah,
on
I'm like
Rotten
a-
Tomatoes.
I'm like a yo plate.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carson. Is Shrek not the hard-hitting cinema you wanted Logan to reference today?
Oh, no, it's fine. It's just, yeah.
It's a
Out
bit
here
gauche.
in
Doesn't sound
2021
fine.
with some fresh Shrek references.
Shrek is eternal.
Shrek is love.
Oh,
Shrek is
God.
life.
Anyway, in the last
You know,
session,
there used to be like shows of like people like dressing up as Shrek but like in drag. Have y'all seen that?
That sounds pretty fun, actually.
So what happened last session?
We
Jesus.
tried to make a plan. We
you-
didn't make one. So
yes.
we did it outside of game.
Yeah,
Essentially,
Brokenbridge Brawlers.
yes, the past 3 sessions have taken place over about a 2.5 to 3 hour time span. Which that's pretty on par for this campaign. You were in the sort of apartment tower above the Dragon's Eye pub, in the lower Tavix Landing ward of the city. It's an area you've been in before, and in fact, just a couple hundred feet up the road is the gates toward High Walls. It's not the same gate where you had your altercation a couple days before, but it is a gate into the High Walls district where the massacre happened just a couple days before. And you were here because you were speaking with your new party member. Not really. You're speaking with Gav and Sim, the doppelganger and changeling duo who has apparently been the knife behind the assassinations, or the house killer. However, you have come to learn that while he is the house killer, he's not the mastermind behind of it. He was the knife, but not the hand that held it. So it has become an unfortunate circumstance of now he's almost a necessary ally to keep the ruse going to get closer to the mastermind behind it all, Ithranel Adana. Because it's assumed, even though he has a very distant relationship with her, as do many of her knives, to keep up the metaphor, it's assumed that if he goes unheard of and can't contact her, that the entire plan will be forfeit, and it will all change, and you'll almost be back at square one. Almost. From what the last discussions led us to, is that you need to keep up the ruse long enough to get a bit of information. So the conversation developed in a way that, led to essentially planning the details of faking Varian's death. Potentially faking the death or injury of the assassins. Potentially faking an assassination on Varian and he lives. Or changing it all entirely because he has not fully divulged his plans to Ithranel. It's been up to him to decide. So it could all change. And I also overheard while I was cooking the other night that a bunch of my players were in the Discord and making their own plans because they didn't want to keep taking up screen time to chat about it. I have
3 hours.
I know. I was very surprised. Because Rachel eventually left the room, and then I am sitting there and I'm like, they are still talking about it. Which, as a DM, that feels good. That I have put you in such a conundrum that you are spending hours unprompted, out of game, talking about it, coming up with a plan. That feels good to the soul. That's nourishment.
My hourly rate is
Yeah,
so
Stag will be contracting you pretty expeditiously
I
on our
have
behalf.
I have no idea where that plan left off or what conclusions you came to, but the
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember.
That's fine.
I remember most of it.
That's fine.
I remember it.
Because the session ended with you all hearing a commotion out in the streets, and when you took a gander, effectively a nationalist group, what is called the Brokenbridge Brawlers,
that was me taking it.
What? A group of effectively Breland nationalists from the last war, were walking through the streets, wearing armor, carrying weapons, and causing a ruckus. They were yelling at strangers, singing old war songs, and eventually what caused Spike and Killian, the two veterans, to make their descent is that they started to accost a warforged and human woman that they had met earlier. Physically accosting as well, pushing them around. So, and of course, when your friends intervene, you gotta jump to their help, except for Varian. So, Donovan and Oleg...
I'm hanging back to take...
He got inspired.
Take a temperature of the situation.
That's what they call it.
Yeah.
So...
Take stock. That's what I was trying to say.
So Spike on his hoverbike rode down the side of the tower to the bridge level where they were previously, in front of the Dragon's Eye pub. Killian has wings and can go wherever he wants and sailed down. Donovan and Oleg featherfall down. And Varian stayed up to take stock of the situation, and just in case, Gav inspired Varian with a bit of a song, whistled song. So, the four of you who are floating down to the bottom, you arrive in your own separate ways and see this scene of several veterans from the last war. Some of them wearing sort of refurbished armor from the war, some of them wearing armor from the war, and it's a bit old and outdated looking. but they're all wearing the various raiments and colors of Breland, the blue, gold, and red, which, in preparation for this session, I grabbed my red and blue and gold dice. The only time I've planned out my dice, really, for this for a game. And they are accosting this very finely dressed Warforged gentleman and the woman he's with. And to give a little backstory, not to get too bogged down with it, the last war just ended a few years ago. And the last war was initially just fought between the three main human nations, Karrnath, Sire, and Breland. Now, of course, when I say human nations, they're human mixed with all varieties of things. Breland is a mix of human and dwarves primarily, as seen as in a lot of the population of Sharn. Unfortunately, now after the war, or as a result of the war, Karrnath and Breland are still at odds. They still don't have a good relationship. They still tend to get, in altercations because of events from the war. Sire, however, was devastated by a magical catastrophe, which is still discussed until this day. The nation of Sire has now been reduced to a wasteland of magical chaos, monstrosities, and ash called the Mournland. There is still somewhat nations and settlements that are out there, however, Sire is no more. But Siren people, the humans who lived there and have since fled as fugitives, still are alive and well, which the nation, or the district of High Walls that was attacked a couple days before, is an area of refugees from Sire. So there's a lot of just contention with that. Similarly, Warforged were an invention by House Cannith, and essentially sold to the various human nations for the purpose of war. And so while Warforged have now forged their own communities around their shared, not identities, but shared experiences of being made for war now the war's over. They have communities based around this. But, of course, depending on how many modifications you got after the war, or your beliefs after the war, some people might still view you as a Breelish Warforged, or a Karrnathi Warforged, or a Sire Warforged, even though you may not affiliate with that, or care about the ideals that much. And what you gather as the four of you make your way to the ground is the Brokenbridge Brawlers have encountered a Karrnathi Warforged. Of course, he's not wearing any military significance on him, and in fact, from the bits that you spoke to him, I think it was Spike and... Was it just Spike? I think maybe Donovan did too. Upon speaking to him, he's just a Warforged. He's made his new life. It's not his life anymore. But you hear one of the Brokenbridge Brawlers identify him and say, "No, I remember you from this battle. You killed my cousin," and starts yelling all sorts of stuff, pushing him in his shoulder, and then cursing at the woman, saying, "What are you, a Karrnathi too?" and all sorts of stuff by the time you land down. And you can confront as you wish.
Alright. So, I'm gonna fly on down. I'm gonna put myself right in between the middle of the two of them. I'm gonna put him just to make some space, make sure that he's alright and everything. I'm gonna tell them all. I'm gonna pull up in the middle in front of them. I'm gonna say, "Alright, all of you, turn around, go home. You're done here."
One, you hear two things. First,
Okay.
a voice calls out and yells back at you, says, "Who's this clown?" And you vaguely recognize that voice. Make an intelligence check for me. And as you land down in front of these people, you realize it's a mixture between sort of dwarf and human heights, and they're all wearing helmets or face masks, face wrappings or something, disguising their appearance. What'd you get?
So I got a nat 20. And I was just like, of all the roles that I needed a nat 20 on, it's the intelligence check, man. Well, yeah, it's a 21.
Notes I need. That is okay. That is okay. You recognize the voice and your eyes peel over, and you recognize some of the badges and raiments and sashes that this armored dwarf is wearing. And it sort of just buzzes through your mind. It's, you know, you're a Warforged. It's like opening up a PDF of information and just boop, right there. You have it all.
Mm-hmm.
You remember seeing this dwarf. You recognize his voice. You remember hearing him boisterously talk and tell old war stories at the Arum. Whenever you were walking around the Aurora Gallery, he was an old, retired war veteran who had enraptured all those people and was telling old war stories. Klein Cloveholler was sitting there listening to the story, and then you pulled Klein away to ask him questions. And you look at this armored dwarf, face covered, standing there. You recognize some of the same sashes and badges that old dwarf was wearing that evening. You never met him. You don't recall his name, but you remember seeing him, and you know it's him. And he calls out and says, "Who's this clown?" And Spike, what was your identification number during the war?
My identification number, it was...
I remember we said this, but I don't know if I...
5P1K3.
5P?
5P1K3.
A human woman walks up wearing leather armors that have been dyed sort of this dark navy blue, red sashes over it, and essentially a dark red, almost wine-colored face wrap. She steps forward. She says, "By the gods, SP1K3. Go by Spike now." And you recall, she was sort of in a neighboring unit. She was one of your sort of ranged sniper type people during the war. And she steps forward and calls you out by your identification number.
Do I know her number?
Yes.
Do I got her number?
Do I got a number? Make another intelligence check for her.
Why? I know once the combat start, I'm gonna have the worst rolls of my life. That's an 18. Once combat, it's just gonna be fail after
First round
fail
of
after
combat.
fail.
That's a -8.
You recall hers was 3B9T5.
I say that back to her, and I say that back to her, and I say, "Why are you out here harassing these people?"
Showing love for my country.
Showing love for your country. Really, is this how you do it? By pulverizing citizens, causing chaos through the streets? Is that how you show your love for your country? Is that your vision of patriotism?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, they're not our citizens. They belong to Karnath, and they should head back there. The city is getting not much bigger, and population is doubling every day from all of these Siren and Karnathi immigrants taking up our streets.
Well, it's nice to know after all these years you didn't get much smarter. All right. And I raise my voice.
Wait, am I there too?
Yes, and same with Oleg Varian and Killian. You're there. You hear this conversation, and I'll go ahead, Killian, if you want to go ahead and make either an insight or general intelligence check.
Not intelligence. Uh, 21.
Similarly, you recognize, this woman that stepped up and approached Spike, her colored leather armors, dyed leather armors, you see that there is a dwarf wearing the same style of armor, that very lightweight, dark, almost camouflage type armor. And you see that there's a dwarf standing nearby with the same armor, and likely in your same division and unit in the war. You were sort of the aerial side, he was the foot side. But still, all in all, that sort of espionage, sneaky unit. Let me... Choo-choo-choo. And you know, with a, what do you say, a 21?
Yeah.
You know that his name was Otor.
KOTOR. Like KOTOR.
Like KOTOR. But, as many people do, the Warforged specifically had sort of numbers and identifiers. Most people had their own sort of identifying numbers and codes that they would use. Specifically, his nickname, Otor's nickname, was Red River.
Red River. Cool.
Because if somebody met him out in the battlefield, there'd be nothing left but a red river.
They would pee.
Sure. They pee blood.
I make you piss blood.
I'll make you piss blood. And so, Killian, you recognize his armor, his insignias, and really just his demeanor. You've interacted with him plenty. All in all, for the two of you, there are 7 individuals. All varieties of armor, unit identifications, and things like that. And yes, so Killian, you are there. You hear this interaction. Otor is being quiet, though.
I'll go red.
You see his eyes like light up amidst his face wrappings. You see the glint against the nearby lantern light. He doesn't respond, but he just sits and stares.
I'll just kind of nod at him, I guess. Man, that was awkward.
Man, don't you hate when you find out a guy you went to school with is now a nationalist and is a terrorist to his own city?
God, none of us would know what that feels like.
No, not at all.
I
Never.
do not. So.
Oh, really, Trav? There's no way.
Yeah.
I find that hard. Anyway, we can't talk about this. So you nod at him.
I'm gonna flash my badge. And I'll say, I'm a Dark Lantern officer. Who's in charge here?
You see an individual.
Shot.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. I'm like, of all the moves.
Yeah. Nationalistic does not mean Does not mean that.
Oh, jeez. A dwarf steps forward. Their beard is finely braided into 3 separate thick braids. It's salt and pepper. They are wearing a helmet that's covering most of their face. But you can see... I actually need to look up the symbol here. They're wearing very fine plate armor. Very... either well kept, or it's something that has been specially purchased. But all over it, your time the war would reveal this to you. The insignias and symbols that they bear point to them being a war cleric, a war priest, both as a healer and medic for soldiers, but also as a fighter themselves. And the god that they are representing, Breland worships the sovereign host, but the god that specifically this dwarf is representing is Dol Dorn. 2 words, D-O-L, space D-O-R-N. And they're the god of war, strength at arms, and, valor and things like that. There it is. And the symbol is just a long sword or a blade laid over a shield. They step forward. I keep forgetting you're an owl person. I was gonna say, and they look up at you because they're a dwarf. Nope.
They look approximately at eye level.
Wait, are you as
Well,
tall as a dwarf?
I'm 3'1". How tall is a dwarf?
Like 4 foot.
Oh shit.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm 3'7".
Yeah, I'm about to get a gopher bonked here.
I mean, that's fine. I'm a
Go
shotgun.
for bonked. This person steps forward, sort of gives you a salute, still very polite and formal. Says, I am Captain Bostred Grimthane.
Oh shit, wait, hang on. Boss tread.
Grimthane. You don't recognize who they are, but you do recognize the scent of alcohol on his breath.
On his breath. Okay. Fuck me. I ask him, do you have a permit for this demonstration?
I just grabbed my forehead and I'm just like, God dang it.
At this point, the Warforged and woman from earlier make their escape. They slip past and run away.
Okay, good.
Bostred says, "No, sir. But I'm surprised a Breelish man like yourself would keep justice from being served."
What justice?
The Karnathi, Siren, the people who murdered our brothers and sisters, cousins, our parents, even our children. Justice has to be served. And you see that everyone kind of nods in agreement behind him.
Oh man, I'm gonna get this guy killed. Alright. Well, justice can be served with a permit.
He's about to get this guy killed. I was about to say, head like a true cop.
Oh.
Oh, you don't have a permit? Cool, I'm shooting you.
Go ahead, Killian. make either a persuasion or intimidation check at disadvantage. For 2 reasons. You're outnumbered, and they're all drunk.
Yep.
That's enough to give them a bit of bravery.
Can I help him? Since I'm proficient in intimidation?
Go for it, yeah. So,
Alright.
just a straight roll, whatever you're gonna do.
Oh, okay. Which die should I? Wait, what is that? Okay. What's my persuasion? 17?
Spike, actually, all of you except for Varian, because you're kind of high up. So Varian, you'll yeah, and so Varian, if you'll make the check at disadvantage, if you'll make a perception check for me.
Okay.
Dirty 20,
Dirty 20?
which is also a natural 20 for me. So
Jesus.
11.
11.
I got a 14.
14.
24.
Okay. Killian?
Oh, I'm also sorry.
Yes, you as well.
21.
They got helmets on. I can't read their lips, can I?
Correct.
Damn.
Alright, does everyone remember their numbers?
Yeah.
This is suddenly important. Spike, you had a 14.
Mm-hmm.
Killian, you had a what?
21.
Oleg, you had a 20.
mm-hmm.
Donovan, you had a 24.
Mm-hmm.
And Varian, you had a what?
11.
11. Spike, Killian, Oleg, and Donovan. You notice as this dwarf cleric is standing there at the ready talking to Killian, that when Killian mentions, you know, you can do it with a permit, this dwarf flexes their hands and clearly does like a hand gesture, like in sign language or some kind of physical gesture. Killian and Spike, however, you recognize that hand gesture. It is a common hand gesture used by especially particularly stealthy people during the last war. And essentially, it's a command to go, to attack, to begin. And
How far are the couple from us? Have they like made it like far enough away? Or
they would have
like...
been far enough away.
Okay.
And whenever Killian and Spike, you notice this, you glance back, and all the other guys who have been like shuffling around and like seem to be getting uncomfortable and standing there, they see this hand gesture and swiftly they reach to their belts, pull off some vials, and get ready to throw whatever this vial is. So if everyone roll initiative,
Oh, baby.
oh, excuse me, Spike, you got a 14. I should have left you out of that. So only Killian, you notice this. I switched people's numbers, even though I wrote them down. So if you'll roll initiative for me, but Spike and Varian, you will both be surprised for the first round of combat.
Damn. Okay.
Why did I even try?
I'm just thinking Varian's like way up there, just like,
Huh?
whoa.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah. I'm just like, well, Killian's facing away, and even if he was facing me, I'm not sure I could read his beak. And then the rest of them are all wearing helmets. Damn it! Why did we have to get involved in this?
All right. Since I'm going to be juggling a few things here, it'll take me a second to get my initiative list set up.
Yeah. And I can ask this now or later. tell me, from Varian's perspective, are these some drunk fucks trying to live their glory days, or are these some guys who are getting ready to kill my friends?
Since you were sitting there observing, you can kind of see a bit of tension. Make an insight check for me at disadvantage because you're just farther away.
Okay.
Which is still going to be high because House
Fucking
Madani.
A. Not if I roll a 2. That will be a 10, though.
Crew. A 10, though?
Yeah. I mean, that's average.
No, that's average. And I'll say, given circumstances, it's, equivalent of a Saturday night. It's like 10:30. You watch their body language as they were standing there. Some of them weren't standing very still and kind of staggering just a bit. It's quite possible it's a bunch of drunk fucks, but at the very least, they are well-trained drunk fucks. Okay. So there's that part of. They're not just random drunk guys. They are people who were trained for war just 2 years prior.
Okay. Well, based on what happens in the first round, and I guess that check, I will decide whether I send a warning shot or something a little more potent.
I did not like that.
Hey, man.
So did anyone get higher than a 20 for initiative?
21.
Oh, jeez.
Nat 20, baby.
I also got a 21.
21. Killian?
22.
22. Okay. So we've got 22, Killian, Varian, and Donovan at 21. I'll let you guys kind of decide. Well, Donovan will do it this time, but later, if you want to shake it up, that's fine. So there's only 3, 15 to 20. All right, very cool, very cool. I'm sure it'll be fine. 10 to 15.
9.
You got a 9? And Travis got lower than that? Oh my
Listen,
god.
I
Well, for
started
one
out,
thing,
my
9
first
is not
roll was a
within-
nat 20, okay? I told you it was going to go downhill.
And also, 9 is not within 10 to 15.
10, 15.
That's
yeah.
fair. That's fine. Travis, what'd you get?
Oh, I got a 6.
I thought you were
Right.
saying that because of that. Anyway, others, and then 6, Oleg. Amazing. And so, Spike, and Varian surprised for the first round, but Killian, a little bit, you've been keeping up with some of your training, especially diffusing conflict and things, and you see those hand gestures, you immediately identify what they are, and you watch movement, almost coordinated movement behind him from the others, as they begin to grab and go to throw whatever vials they are throwing. And Killian, you act first. Let me give you a few more details before you start your turn.
Okay.
You're essentially out at the entrance to the Dragon's Eye pub. To your right, if everyone wants to mind palace with me, to your right are the various windows that lead into the tower and the front door into the pub. And of each floor up, that's where all the apartment windows are. 60 feet up is where Varian is, on the 6th floor, roughly, of the tower.
Oh, wow.
Directly behind you, there are a couple branching pathways, walkways, and roads that lead to other avenues of bars and restaurants and gambling halls, whatever it might be. They're essentially a crowd of people almost blocking your way about 30 feet back from you, if not a little bit farther. So there's little avenue for escape except one road that's off to the side where the Order of the Alley people had appeared from the shadows. At a dock just to your left is where Oleg's Sky Coach is sitting, and a commercial Sky Coach where an older gentleman with a bowler hat and mustache is waiting to drive someone home from a night at the bar. And then about 300 feet down the road past the veteran people, about 300 feet, is the entrance to the High Walls district. Are we good? And then, moving on, there's the Dwarven Priest, the War Cleric. There is a well-armored commander, a Dwarven commander of some sort. There is a human wearing very nice armor, but it is very beaten up and scratched and bloodied. Like, it's seen a lot of wear and tear recently. There are 2 espionage sneaky sniper types and 2 former foot soldiers. They're not that ranking, but they still have their armor and things like that. 1 dwarf and 1 human. So 7 in total, 2 soldiers, 2 of the spies of sorts, and then dwarf and human commanders, and then the priest. So Killian, the priest gives the signal while the other 6 go to grab at vials and throw them. And you act first.
Can I get to the cleric without provoking attack opportunities?
Oh yeah, they're like right in front of you because they moved up to speak to you.
Oh, okay, cool. I will. What is that cool thing I can do?
I know we haven't had combat in.
Yeah,
I
haven't had to
can't
use
say
my
when.
character sheet for-
Yeah, I mean, we certainly haven't had it since Killian's been with us.
No.
Wait, does that mean we finally get to find out about Killian's lifeguard?
Lifeguard.
Oh, wrong character.
Killian rips off his armor to reveal a set of red swimming trunks.
Surf's up, dudes.
Oh.
Cowabunga!
Oh man, the last thing they hear is sad. Alright.
Dude.
I have a thing called insightful fighting.
Yes, we're gonna, as a bonus action, make an insight check contested by deception, and you get a sneak attack on them.
Yeah.
All right,
I'll do that on the cleric.
cleric. All right, make an insight check. They will make their deception check. Not surprisingly. Oh boy.
And they're right in front of me, right?
Yep.
So I have another thing as part of my archetype. I have advantage on perception and investigate. Insight, never mind. What am I looking at? Oh, whenever you make an insight check. Never mind, I'm reading it. Okay. It's all good.
Very
I
good.
understand.
That's the burden of being the first person to act in combat. Is you're like, oh god, what can I do? No time to think.
Just have a signature move. Shoot them with a gun or something.
Eldritch
Insight,
Blast.
right?
Yes, insight.
23?
Oh,
23.
cool. He got a 7. Very close. So yes, of course, he's wearing plate armor, and you see that his weapon of choice, even as a dwarf, is a very large, bludgeoning weapon. It's essentially a long wooden hafted weapon with a massive, rigid metal head at the end. You know, for a large person, it's just a mace. For a dwarf, it's a maul. So you start realizing, oh, he's a dwarf wearing heavy armor, big weapon, he's slow. All I gotta do is juke out of this, and bap. So,
Boop.
Yep, you identify some weak points, and we'll get sneak attack for it.
Alright. I was always confused, because, like, inside I was just thinking, like, am I checking, like, you know, the goodwill of this person?
No, it's like fighting style and where their weak
Exploiting
points
that.
might be, and if they're doing something like, ooh, I'm injured in this leg, so I'm gonna try and compensate, like stuff like that.
I'm challenging their morality.
They go to swing the
okay.
weapon, and you're like, are you sure you want to do that? And they're like, I don't know.
You would have hit a guy with glasses.
Okay, so now I do an attack with my
Yes.
rapier.
Cutter, rapier.
And that's a 26. Okay? Yeah.
Oh my god. Uh-huh.
And then I don't know crit damage. What? Or
Crit
the
dama-
sneak attack damage.
Sneak attack
Sorry.
damage. That'll, I can look it up real fast. It's dependent on your rogue level. What level are you again? Oh, I typed this.
9.
At 9th level, you roll an additional 5d6.
Ooh.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Are you rolling?
3, 4.
Oh, I thought you were rolling each individually. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
this is about to take a minute.
Okay, and including my. Okay, got it. And oh Jesus! Wait, hang on. I dropped a die.
Well, how's everybody doing tonight? Everybody having a good time? Fighting some nationalists?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and a D8.
Just feels right. You
This
know.
feels right. Sometimes you gotta.
You're gonna be surprised.
You know, I wish I had access to 4th level
Plus
spells in real life.
True.
34.
I need to pull out my calculator because I can't do math with 7s in it.
That's fair. 7's a pretty brutal number.
Is it?
Yes! 7s, 9s, they're the worst.
Yeah,
Throw a 4 or a 6 in there, you got some hell. That's some hell right there.
it's like a 7 is just a 9 that can't commit to reconnecting.
Oh my god. So, this is the first
That's like
combat.
this hot number humor.
Jesus Christ. If you want to see some more of Carson's math stand up, go.
Oh yeah, yeah. My type
wait.
5.
So they haven't attacked me yet, right?
Correct.
Can I try and do non-lethal damage?
Sure. That's mostly
I
if
don't
you're
know
about to
how.
kill someone or reduce them to 0 hit points, but
Okay. I just want to make sure, like, I don't want to kill.
so here's how we'll do that. This is the first combat we've had in God knows how many episodes, like 7 or 8 probably. And this is only episode 20. It's unbelievable. So, first combat with Killian, we don't know how he fights or what he does, especially as a trained officer of the law and veteran of the last war. He pulls out a rapier, stabs at this priest, and what does it look like? How do you do it? What does your 34 points of sneak attack damage look like, and how do you do it non-lethally?
So, and also I went for the cleric because that's part of, Killian's training in battles is to go for the mages first.
Very
Mage.
brutal.
And so yeah, it's basically there was like a slight pause. Like if you were tentative enough, there was just a slight pause of Killian just kind of looking, analyzing a little bit, because of that, insightful whatever. And and he's kind of got like most of the rapier like kind of tucked in like the fluff of his feathers and stuff. He's a fluffy guy, and basically kind of like in one single motion, just almost as if like the sword was like the rapier was coming out of his arm or something. He just reaches out and gets a perfect weak point in between the bits of armor that this dwarf is wearing, and just retracts just as simply. So it looks almost like he did nothing. But like stretch a little bit.
It's like when samurai they like do that thing with their sword where they have it in their holster and just like.
Yeah.
I got you.
Blood.
How is that non-lethal though?
I don't know, he's getting his good arm.
Yeah, he didn't puncture
So
any
he can't
major
throw.
organ.
I appreciate, so I had switched out so I could go pee and still listen to what was going on. And I appreciate that the first attack of Killian of this campaign was summarized by, it doesn't look like he does anything.
I mean, if you look back at like an accurate depiction of a real like we'll say like a fencing kind of duel, you
It's
know,
such
where
a
people
quick-
are out to like kill each other.
Mhm.
Yeah, a lot of the time, like most of the devastating blows you barely even notice, and sometimes it even looks like the person's just kind of like walks away, just like looking tired, and then you just see like
They
this
fall,
pool of
yeah.
blood on their shirt, you know, and it's just like, oh, that was the killing blow. It happened like 10 seconds ago.
It's like that classic like ninja movie stuff of like flashes on the screen, like, you know, Kill Bill almost flashes on the screen and then the person's just dead on the floor. Love it. Okay. So that was bonus action. Blah, 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 da, da, da. Do you want to move anywhere? Do you want to fly anywhere? Or do you want to stay engaged with the priest?
Wait, if I move, I'm still. Aren't I in range now?
Yes, you'll provoke an attack of opportunity if you moved, but it's also assumed that when their turn comes around, they'll also just attack you.
Aren't they all grouped up together? Wouldn't it be multiple opportunities?
Since he stepped forward, and I will say, since I have already predetermined they're about to throw something, they're not going to be drawing weapons and attacking you. They are going to throw whatever they're throwing. So if you might only provoke a single attack, but
Okay.
if you wanted to get out of harm's way for their turns, I'll leave it up to you.
Ah, shoot. Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Gonna do it?
It's against my character's training. I want to kind of fly a little bit, but like backwards diagonally
Yeah.
to try and like, you know, use my if I can use a reaction or something to catch maybe one of them. You know what I mean?
Yes, and when you flap away, none of them go for an attack. So you launch away from the priest, and he watches you float away. So you get about, your movement speed's 30, correct?
25 and 50 flying.
50 flying?
That's what it said.
God, what? You're using Aarakocra, right? Or using
Yeah.
the out.
Is that right? Wait, is there another bird?
Well, right after you made Killian, they came out with an owl person race for Feywild. I didn't tell you about it because I didn't want you to change your entire character. 50 fucking feet. Yeah, you get however far you want to get away.
He leaves the city.
Yeah. You fly over to the next district and fly back for your next round of attacks.
I carry reinforcements. Can I don't. Do I know what they're throwing? Like, do I see like where they're pitching their arm toward? Or something?
Those would be two different things. You can either check how, where they might be throwing or what they're throwing. I will go in and tell you, whatever they're throwing probably isn't good.
Yeah, like where are they throwing?
Make an insight or investigation check.
Okay.
As you fly up and sort of get a bird's eye view of everything. Music is a tad loud. 10-4, thank you. Oh, yeah, it for some reason got bumped way up. I must have hit something. Thank you. Oh, God.
28
20.
insight.
Jesus H. The 6 people who are throwing these vials, it is a mixture. Some of them are throwing to what would be your right, their left, at the Dragon's Eye pub. Essentially, they're throwing these bottles through the windows, whereas the others are lobbing them over at the sky coaches, over at the dock. Oleg's and the commercial sky coaches that are sitting there. Essentially, all avenues of escape or whatever it might be.
Okay. There's the 2 sky coaches and a driver. How many people are at the pub?
So many people, dozens of people.
I'll go to the pub.
You fly in
Sorry,
the direction
Oleg.
of the pub. 10-4. Are you gonna go inside or anything, or just stay floating outside?
Yeah, I wanna be outside of it, flying, so I can like try and catch as much as I can.
Okay. Donovan, it is your turn. These 6 people are there, reaching for vials and about to throw them in various directions.
How close are they together?
There's 7 of them, so they're all within like a, say, a 20-foot radius.
Oh, he's about to give them
Or
their favorite
20-foot
outlaw.
radius, excuse me, like 20-foot cube. They're within 20 feet of each other, so a 10-foot radius.
All right. Someone flip a coin. Do we choose peace or do we choose violence?
I mean,
do you want me to actually roll for it?
I personally am gonna talk to the dwarf, but everybody else.
1 second, Austin.
I'm about to clap some cheeks.
Okay, well, I'm going to see them like start beginning to like throw some stuff, like have the vials in their hands, and another group that just mistakes prejudice for patriotism. And I reach out my hand and I'm gonna cast Shatter right in the middle of that cube, so I not only blow them up but also shatter the vials on them.
Yeah, boy. That works like that. That's awesome. Save my
Okay, and that's a con save, I
Mhm.
believe?
But those bottles are breaking no matter what.
Oh, yes. That'll be a whole thing in itself.
Save my coach. I love you.
Go ahead, start rolling the damage. What level are you casting it at?
Oh, just a second.
Second, go ahead and start rolling
Let's
the
not
damage
get crazy now.
for that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then what?
One of those was a 1, so I don't like that one. That's 14 points of damage.
That's not bad. 14 damage.
Not at all.
Yeah. Especially, I heard 2 mm-hms in there, so it must have been okay.
Let me see here. I'm gonna have to roll a couple.
While you do that, I'll be right back.
Go for it. Let's see. Priest,
Same here.
Commander Priest up in the front is going to make their con save with a 24. That's fine. The Dwarven Commander, the nice plate armor, is going to make his con save with a 22. 2 natural 18s. The bloodied and damaged up commander person is going to make their con save with a 19. Natural 13 plus 6. The 2 espionage peeps. They both rolled bad. Yep, with a 6 and a 9. And then the 2 other soldiers not rolling great. A 15 and a 6. So they failed. These 3 succeeded. I gotta wait and Jacob come back. Nice one. See him over there. You ready?
So this
Yes.
is a riot.
Kind of.
About
So
to be.
the priest and the 2 other commanders got a 19, 22, and a 24.
Those all save.
The 2 spying people and the veteran people they all failed. So what was the damage?
Oh, 14.
Okay. Ooh, math. Alrighty. They're all standing. And I'm gonna have to nitpick. Is it okay if I nitpick?
It depends if it goes against what I'm trying to do.
It does go against you. One of
Do
these.
we have
What?
Do we have a choice?
one of the stipulations for a lot of thundering spells and many spells is a non-magical object that isn't being worn or carried. All of their vials are still in their hands and on their persons.
I think logic, if they're holding it like in the like up here,
If they're carrying it.
I
What about equipped?
if
I think carried was meaning a sword, not a bottle, in my opinion. But
yeah,
I do understand.
Why
if
don't
you-
we let chat decide?
I understand the nitpick, but also I feel like this is cool.
I'm mostly thinking.
That's fair, but I'm also thinking of like anything else that might be on their person. And
Well,
then
the
that-
thing is, like other things, like if they're as long as they're not made out of glass, like
well,
think about
they
it, like,
probably
if they're
have
wearing
things
like
made out of
if
glass.
they're wearing like glasses, then yeah, that shit's gonna break.
I don't know. I think it makes sense in that they don't want. Basically, this would not be a fun precedent to have if Shatter just destroyed all your potions on
Yeah,
your body.
that's kind of what I was thinking.
But
Uh,
the thing is, to me, it's like it's not like obscured on their person. They're literally like raising it above their heads.
No, they're not raising it. Like they have just barely grabbed untouched from their hip and are getting like about to throw it. They have not done it yet.
Oh,
They've
I thought
just-
you
Well,
said that they were like this.
Yeah, you said that they were about to throw it.
If they're like this,
They're
then
getting ready to throw it, but they're not, woof, throwing it. They've just unattached it from their hips.
Oh well, I definitely would not have done that if that was the case.
Yeah.
Oh well, it's 14 damage across the board. That's
Oh
fine.
yeah.
Can I expend a point of inspiration to break that rule?
Is that the way points of inspiration work?
Can Paige Baker have a port and roll be used?
Travis, you're gonna be in Raleigh soon. I'm gonna come kick your ass. I'm gonna dox you.
Inspire, break the rule. There we go. Fine. We'll spend a point of inspiration. It goes to nobody. They are getting ready to.
I'll use my I know a guy to intimidate the bottles.
They are getting ready to throw these bottles. You cast Shatter, and here's where it's going to get bad. Because if
They
all
were
those
raising health potions to give us as an offering of peace.
no, it's that if all of those bottles break, might kill them.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
Sacrifice I'm willing to make.
And then what?
Stop it.
Maybe don't handle explosives unless you're ready to get blown up.
So, let's see here. I'll have Jacob roll it. Jacob, go ahead and roll 2d4 for me.
Okay. Uh, 2 and a 4.
Okay.
6.
So, you all watch as the crowd of people, except for the priest, because he was not throwing one, erupts in flame, and at the start of their turn, they're going to take 6 points of fire damage, and at the start of every turn, they're going to take 2d4 fire damage until they take an action to put out the flames.
Alchemist fire.
Yep, Alchemist Fire. However, that means now they cannot set shit on fire. Anything else, Donovan?
I'll bonus action inspire Oleg, and I'll just give him a pat on the back, and I'll say, I think they were trying to blow up your sky coach.
You see Oleg go into rage.
I would like to rage.
He gun zerks. He pulls out 2 guns.
I love it. Okay, you inspire, now, the 2 spies, they take the, 6 points of, fire damage. They're not looking too healthy, but they are going to, take their action to put out that fire, and then use their movements and cunning actions, to run, dive into Oleg and the commercial Sky Coach's deck, and take cover behind the railing. Then that's going to bring us down, because you rolled 2 ends of the spectrum. the 2 soldier vets are going to put out their fires. They each take the 6 points. And run over and both get in melee with Donovan, the spellcaster. And get ready to rain down on their next turn. And that's going to bring us to Spike. So now the sneaky people have run away, put out their fires. The soldiers have put out their fires and run behind, not necessarily behind you, but over toward Donovan near you, and are ganging up on him. And now there's just the cleric and 2 commanding knights standing there.
So there's no more potions that are about to be, or vials about to be thrown. They're all blown up.
You are surprised.
Yes.
So you cannot take actions or reactions. So then now that brings us to the other people. I almost forgot. I can't give my players actions. What am I doing? So the priest is going to cast a spell. And you see a bit of radiant light appear above their head as they say some ancient scripture, and everyone that on their side, all of these old veterans, begin to glow radiantly as well. And then this priest is going to step back 30 feet since Killian flew away. They're going to step away as well. The 2... Ooh, they take 6 points of damage, and they did not put out the fire. The knight takes another 6 points. I need to write that down. 99. Okay. Wait. Yeah, 5. Right, yes. So... the knight can do this. One of them is not going to put out their fire and instead start yelling commands out to all of their allies in all sorts of varieties of code names and keywords that even Spike and Killian you don't recognize. They're not ones that you use. And the other is going to... Oh... Yeah. Is not going to put out the fire and is instead going to charge forward. As Killian said, taking out the spellcaster is going to charge toward Donovan. Donovan. A 23 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only one that hits, because the rest were movable.
Cool. Hellish Rebuke.
Okay, what kind of save is that?
Dex save. I'm gonna do that at also. That's gonna be at 3rd level.
That's an 18.
That fails.
Ooh.
Poor choice, my friend. Poor choice. Oh, yes. So that's it's gonna be 5d10. Well, no, 4d10. Sorry. Oh no. That's 27
Oof,
points of
nice.
fire damage.
So more fire damage. Also, you make a strength save for me.
Oh, I'm so good at those. That's a 10.
So he charges up, still armor of flame, knocks you to the ground with shield. Fire erupts between the two of you as you fall to the ground. He is hellish rebuked. So then the 2 follow-up attacks because you were prone. One is a dirty 20, and one is a 24.
Yeah.
So the 2 follow-up as you are knocked to the ground. Is across the 2 attacks, 23 points of damage. As he thrusts down twice with a spear in the other hand. Now that will bring us to Oleg.
Oleg, Oleg doesn't like all this.
I can't say I'm a fan either. Oleg's like right next to me, right?
Effectively, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so
If he
they're in a
wants to.
pretty nice grouping, right?
Not anymore, no.
Oh, they're spread apart pretty,
Now it's
pretty nicely.
the 2 roguish people have moved, one on each of the 2 sky coaches. The cleric has moved back 30 feet. The knight, one of the knights, I didn't say, would have moved up in melee with Spike. But he was shouting commands as he approached Spike. The one that went to attack Donovan moved up. And then the 2 soldiers just stopped and put out their fires. And moved up and got in melee with Donovan. So Donovan has 3 around him right now.
Okay.
For
That's
now.
cool. Damn. I mean, they're still in a pretty nice, I don't know, like 20-foot radius kind of thing, maybe.
Yeah.
I will look at the commander and I'll say, look, I don't want to kill another dwarf. But I'm going to be honest. It's been a long time. And I'll kind of crack my knuckles a little bit. I will kind of rub together my hands, and I will put in. I'll take out a slug from my my pocket, like a shotgun slug from my pocket.
Oh,
Put it
I
in-
thought you meant it literally.
I was
No, a shotgun slug from my
Sure,
pocket.
sure.
And I'll put it into my shotgun, and I will cast Fireball.
Jesus.
I assuming trying not to hit Donovan?
You can if you want.
No, I won't.
I got fire resistance. I'll be okay.
Oh yeah, fire resistance.
Just go for it, dude.
No,
It's
I'm
alright.
not going to. I've been thinking about my crimes in the past, and I'd rather just catch a bunch of civilians on fire.
At least they're not my friends.
I need that in a quote. I've been thinking about the crimes of my past, and I would rather hit a bunch of civilians.
It's like I don't
thinking
know
about the
them.
crimes of my past, and I realized they aren't nearly heinous enough.
I could do worse.
I will say to them, I'll say, look, I don't want to do this, but you're gonna kill my sky coach, and I really,
You will not kill my baby.
I don't take that shit very lightly.
Even I have limits, but I
Yep.
have not reached them.
And so I'll cast Fireball. I don't know how many people can I hit without hitting Donovan.
You'll be able to hit
My brain palace is not working very well.
3 of them.
3 of them, and if I hit Donovan,
Well-
how many will I hit?
Those
Oh,
are the
that's
3 that are within range of Donovan. Within range of Donovan. The biggest group, again, you would pretty much either have to aim for Spike and 1, Donovan and 3, or the 2 Sky Coaches and 2 of them.
Oleg's trying to go for a strike.
I'll just hit the 3. That's fine. And I'm not gonna hit Donovan, right? You said like it's possible for me not to, or am I just gonna hit Donovan?
You'll have to make a check to do so, and you won't know
I'll
until
make
you
it.
cast the spell. So make an Arcana check for me.
Okay. Donovan. 13. It's not bad.
Yes, Donovan, make a dexterity saving throw for me, and the 3 of them will as well.
that was not a great great roll.
Yeah, it was pretty clear. Pretty clear on our end.
Excuse me.
So Oleg, I got an 18, a 14, and oh no, that was not good.
I got an 18.
Okay, you safe.
And the last one is a we'll see. A 16.
Oh!
Yeah, the 16 and 18 succeed. Barely. So I rolled a 23 for damage. Not a great one, honestly.
So those who saved 11. Those who did not 23. Okay. All right, Oleg. Anything else? A massive fireball in the streets from your shotgun.
Yeah. So I'll just look at them, and then afterwards, obviously, my little eyeball is gonna pop up from my shoulder.
Obviously.
Naturally.
And I will. How close am I to them? I guess
10, 15 feet.
10, 15 feet.
Yep.
I like that idea. And
I like those odds.
And I'm gonna cast, or I'm gonna use my Eldritch Cannon to for fireball.
For fireball or
Or
for the flamethrower?
Flamethrower.
Oh,
Sorry,
hold on. Hold on.
a flamethrower.
Flamethrower.
That is an AC 18 check.
DC 18. We'll see.
And am I hitting Donovan again?
Make another. Make another. Just one because it's not casting a spell. Just make an intelligence check.
Oh, can I use my?
Sure, you can use your Arcana if you want to use your Arcana.
Oh, yeah, all right.
How much friendly fire will we be taking?
15. All right.
15. That's fine. So, Donovan erupted by fire, and then just a wall of fire shoots across your face.
I use it to light my cigarette. When it goes like over, I just like, cause I'm like laying on the ground, I just like hold it up and like light it like.
I'm sorry, the AC is 16, not
Okay.
18 on this one.
All right. Let's see here. I think, and you said dexterity.
Dexterity.
Dexterity. That was cocked. That is a 13. For
No.
one. No. The next one is a. God damn it. 7. And then the big old knight. Oh god, I rolled so bad. The big old knight got a 13, so they all fail.
Yeah, 11 damage.
Okay.
Oh, you had inspiration too. You could have used that on that check, so I wouldn't have gotten.
Oh, can I?
Flame, but I didn't remember.
Have used that just to double check to see, or is that too late?
To double check to
See if I could have.
Yeah, no, it's too late now.
That's fine.
Okay. Woof! Oleg, anything else? I do have Will Wheaton disease.
Anything else? No.
No!
That was my action, my bonus action.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Killian. You have flown up
Right.
in the air. The bombardment of flammable devices has been ceased. No civilians burned this day.
Yeah. All right. Killian is stressed. How far is the?
You have 50 fly speed. It doesn't matter.
I'll go to the war cleric.
Okay. Works for me.
Right up on him.
Sure.
And I'll do the more insightful fighting.
Go for it. Make an insight check.
Check out
Actually,
his-
is it every time for each turn, or is it until you change it up?
I'm not sure what the wording
Lasts
of
for
that is.
1 minute or
what I
until you
thought.
successfully use against a different target.
There you go. So you automatically get it this time. So you have a spare bonus action this time.
Yo, I'm like peering into his childhood trauma. Alright.
Sure.
What am I doing? Attacking. I rolled a 17 plus 9.
Yeah, that's gonna
26.
absolutely fucking do it. Roll all that damage.
Wait, are you for real? I got 34 again.
Got 34 again. Jeez Louise, that poor priest. Nah, not that poor priest. He's a racist. So, jeez, yeah. You get him again.
How's he looking?
Not great.
God, I would be dead from that.
Like, Killian or Alan?
If I myself, Alan Zhang, was in the game, I would take 30 points of damage and die.
Why do you sound like Ben Shapiro?
That's not how Ben Shapiro sounds.
My wife
I
says.
would hypothetically be incinerated by a fireball. I would
That
die.
that sounds nothing what I said.
The
That
cadence of what you
What
said.
the
yeah,
fuck
the
is
cadence was the same, but the
happening?
voice was not.
The voice is just a little extra chocolate sauce on top, baby.
If you are saying bucket and mop,
Wet ass P word. My wife is a doctor, and she can tell you that is why I'm not good in bed.
What the fuck is happening? Alan, is there anything else you want to join your turn? Please,
I don't know.
sneak attack me.
Sneak attack me, baby.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm reading.
It also wasn't a Ben Shapiro reference because I didn't say let's say hypothetically. That's what makes it.
that's true. And you didn't ask a bunch of college students about it.
Yeah, I didn't
What
debate a
was-
3-year-old and say 3-year-old absolutely demolished in debate.
What was that thingy that the cleric did to everybody?
Cast a spell.
Is it a
He casts a
concentration?
spell on them.
Oh, yes, it.
I'm assuming it's bless from how Logan described it, but we don't know that.
It sure.
I'm assuming he hit him with that bless.
Let me roll a concentration check. Good check, Alan.
When I damage a creature that is concentrating on a spell, they have disadvantage on the saving throw to maintain concentration.
Hello, Mr. Mage Slayer.
Hey.
Did you really pick Mage Slayer? That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Mage Slayer's really cool.
It is. I find it very hard to find opportunities for it.
You just got to get up in there.
Because it's, I wanted to get something that would fit his background, and I felt like Mage Slayer was the best
Hell yeah.
fit for that.
Oh man.
This kind of owl man has killed before and will kill again.
Alan, you brought the save. What they needed. It's half the damage or 10. Half the damage of 34 is 17, so I need to make a DC 17. I had a +6 to Constitution saving throws. I rolled a natural 17 for the first roll, and then he said disadvantage, and then I rolled a 5.
Yeah!
There was literally no way for me to get to a 17, and so they all stopped glowing with radiant energy, and the priest, you see him grimace beneath his helmet.
Alright.
You hit his spellcasting arm.
That's my good spellcasting arm. Can I... Okay. How does disengage work?
You just do it, and then you can move your movement speed away. Since you flew toward the door and then flew over there, we'll say you don't have that much movement left.
Vaccine arm. Thank you, Rachel. Oh, I just got vaccinated. Why would you do that?
Now it's more sore.
Yeah.
Now it's sore in 2 places. Can I disengage
Fire.
and move behind him so I'm still within 5 feet?
Yeah, you wouldn't have to disengage to do that. You just do it.
Oh, I do it. Bonus action. I
You move. Yep.
Yeah.
Fair enough,
Cool.
Austin.
You ruined the plans, Alan. You ruined them. All right, Donovan, you're prone on the ground, surrounded by 3 armored individuals. Varian, you have regained your composure after seeing this quick chain of events happen, and feel enough to respond. So, whoever wants to go first.
I'm going to dimension door back inside. Just like smoke comes out, I just and just puff of smoke appear next to Varian, like very unbothered, just like, as you can see, shit is going really well outside.
Apparently,
Yeah, I got rid of their fire bombs, so I think I'm gonna just I'm gonna take it easy the rest of this kerfuffle. So you go ahead.
You are on fire right now. I assume it's not bothering you because you're not doing anything about it. But I just thought I'd let you know.
Ah, damn! I just got this suit. God.
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah. Just smack it out. I turn back and I'm just like, all right, are we scaring them off, or do they need to be taught a lesson?
I think that it's time for you to do some grad assisting. You know, teach them some lessons, check their homework or something.
Bit of a labored metaphor, but all right.
Okay,
Okay,
man, they can't all be winners. That's why I have an editor.
cool. So, I can't do
It hurts me.
non-lethal damage with spells, can I?
Not really, no.
Cool. There's 3 grouped up right where Donovan used to be.
Yes.
Cool.
And now, effectively, no Oleg and Spike are not within any range of them. They're both at least 10 feet away.
Cool. I just nod to Donovan, walk back over to the window, start speaking some arcane words, waving my hands until I form a small moat of roiling green light. And I just look over and I just go, "Had to be done." Snap. It zooms over to the middle of these 3 guys as kind of expands to the size of a baseball, then sucks in on itself, and then fireball. A massive, once again, explosion. This time of green fire, because I like branding.
Branding.
Yeah, you gotta do branding.
Yep, go and roll that damage. I'll roll some saves, and if everyone will posture check before Rachel loses their mind.
Okay.
Rachel can't tell me what to do, so.
I mean, they kind of can.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can. Doesn't mean I have to listen.
Jacob's in a rebellious phase. It's something we're all dealing with. Okay, bad time for them. That's 12, 22, 28, 31 points of fire damage.
Oh yes, the 2 foot soldiers that were tagging along immediately, armor scorched, facial hair and hair burned away, and they both collapse on the ground, completely vaporized. The commander fellow, however, he was already on fire, and he takes that fireball, grits his teeth. He's saved,
Cool.
and is still up and fighting. All right. Is that everything, Varian?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I'll just kind of look back to Gav and Sem, and just like, kind of like, yeah, that's what I'm capable of. Anyway,
And I go, hey, Gav, can I have one of those drinks you were talking about earlier? I'm kind of thirsty.
Yeah, I've got some hard lemonade, some hard iced teas. I don't know what your
Oh
preference
no,
is.
no.
Got one with strawberry in it.
I'm not 12 years old. Never mind.
That's so much sugar.
I'm
It's-
glad.
Yeah, it's
Those are for our lady guest. Katarine Orion really liked them when she was here.
that's
See, now
And-
I have a plan. We're gonna poison her Mike's Hard Lemonade. That'll really show up.
So now that brings us to the
Logan,
yes.
there's a flashback.
Oh no.
Don't shut up. No, he did a flashback for the foot soldiers. Don't listen to Alan. He's
Oh wait, you did that? Yeah, Alan. That means you want to do it. Go for it, man. Do a flashback. You hear this explosion behind you, and you hear what? And probably, ooh, this might be a
it's
whole.
not
other...
no. Alan doesn't know the fight. He did a flashback for the people we're fighting.
Oh, I thought you were talking about in relation to
No.
that.
No.
No, never mind. Fuck that.
Alan's
For
just
the
trying
foot
to
soldiers.
effectively waste more time. First he shows up late, and now he's like, "What can we do to make this combat take the entire session?"
However, hearing those foot soldiers scream, I would like Spike to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh no. It's a 10.
Okay. Next, the sneaky folks who are over in the sky coaches are going to pop up and take some sneak attack shots at the person harrying their healer. For Killian Vesper.
Hey.
The distinctive sound of a pistol firing.
Oh no. That's not good for me.
Killian, what is your armor class? It doesn't matter, I just rolled a natural 20 for the first one.
Oh, okay. 16.
Cool. The second one was a natural 19.
16.
Sweet. Killian, buckle your feathers, boyo. I pull out as many d6s as I can muster. Drop some on the floor.
Do I see it?
You do not.
Damn.
Why they hit. And then a d10 for the pistol. So for the first strike, this will be the critical hit. Um, 20 points of damage. The second strike is significantly worse. 8 points of damage. And then they duck back down and hide behind the barriers of the sky coach.
It was 28.
28 total. And you can uncanny dodge one of those as a rogue. You would like.
Yeah, the 20.
So you take 10 and 8, so 18. And that uses your reaction.
Cool.
The veterans are both dying. Spike, Xavier. We'll play with this a lot. So similar to the blast disc incident, you hear that characteristic explosion of devices used in the last war. This time, it's an explosion followed by the screams of soldiers, another characteristic, undeniable sound. And you start to become overwhelmed, both with your own feelings from the war, but also someone else's. Another Grealish Warforged soldier who is supposedly inhabiting you as well. Essentially double the amount of feelings of responding to war, double the survival instincts. And I will let Xavier play with that however he will for his turn.
Hearing all the explosions and chaos that's going on, Spike, mimicking humans, grabs his forehead as if he's having a headache, and then he grabs onto his arm to try to calm Romulus down, but It ain't working. You watch as Spike stands up a little taller, and you see one of his eyes is just flickering. You said that they're still the commander, like the knight dude?
The priest, 2 of the commanders, and then the 2 sort of snipers over at the Sky Coast.
Priest and 2 commanders.
The dwarven knight commander person is the one that is in melee with you.
Melee with me. Wonderful. Bonus action Hexblade's Curse. The one that's in melee with me. I am going to... Can I Eldritch Blast if he's in melee?
It will be a disadvantage.
You know what? I'll do it.
But
I'll back away.
Oh.
I'll take the opportunity attack.
Of course. Let's see. With a large blade in hand. That's a natural 17. So you
17.
take... that was a natural 17 for the attack, totaling to 22. And then 12 points of slashing damage.
Wonderful. Hellish Rebuke.
I knew it.
Oh no! All right.
I like Xavier had that look in his eye.
And
He
that's
knew
a,
what he was
and
doing.
that's
I
a
said,
dex
yeah, I'll
save.
back away.
That's a dex
Yeah.
save.
I believe so.
So
Yeah.
similar to the cleric, this is a dwarven warrior who is wearing plate armor, and so of course they are slower. I was about to say because of the oh no, it doesn't matter for that. They were the ones giving out special instructions, commanding people what to do using similar catchphrases. That doesn't matter whenever they roll a natural 1 to dodge out of the way of some Eldritch Fire. So they absolutely fail. So go ahead and roll that damage.
Oh, okay.
Which you get extra stuff for Hexblade's Curse, don't you?
Mm-hmm. I sure do. I got 6d10 and a couple of extra stuff.
Oh, because you're a Warlock and it's automatic. Oh,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
oh boy.
Okay. I've been waiting.
I've been waiting. Yeah, that
Oh,
poor ogre
boy.
at the bar earlier. A couple like that day wasn't enough.
Yeah, remember how that was the same day as today?
Yeah, wild, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm missing so many hit points. I got hit by a table, and then I got hit by a speeder going at full speed.
Yep.
Same day.
45 points of damage plus well, that's just the roll damage. That's just the roll damage. I also get a plus. I said what? I said 44.
45, I think.
45 plus 4 points of damage for damage rolls, so that's 49 points of damage.
Okay, so that is just the Hellish Rebuke.
Mm-hmm. That's just the Hellish Rebuke.
So you are engaged with this dwarven commander, and you turn around. Your red and black leather trench coat flips up into the air as you reveal what would normally be a weakness on people your backside. He takes a massive swing up with his greatsword. You feel it cut into your armor plating a bit. You can hear a bit of fabric tearing. What does it look like when you cast this Hellish Rebuke?
I just turn around and say, "Gotcha," and just unleash hellfire from my arm, just like destroying him.
And he dies. He had
He does die?
39 hit points, and you did 49 points of damage. He is
Since
gone.
he dies, I heal 13
You
points
he-
back.
Yep, you heal
So
that.
I'm back
you
to
heal
normal.
That, God, you heal that attack back, and you still have your goddamn action left.
Wonderful.
Broken.
Alright.
It's a broken class.
Now there's another knight, right?
Yes,
There's
there's
still
another
one
knight.
more knight. Okay, cool. So now I'm going to Eldritch Blast that one. I get 2 beams of Eldritch Blast, so this is gonna be nice.
Does
Roll
Killian
hit.
see this?
You probably hear it, but you don't see it. You
Okay.
screams of anguish and pain behind you from multiple fire blasts.
Ah, God.
17
17
plus. I mean, that's the roll plus
Oh.
8.
Don't blue ball me like that, Xavier. Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Okay, I got 2 beams, so that's a D10, 2d10 plus 4.
Did you roll for each beam?
Oh, I'm about, or it says I have. Let me roll again for the other beam. I guess.
You're
Yeah.
supposed.
Okay. Yeah, let me roll for the other one real quick.
Yep.
That was a 19.
Damn
for the
it!
other.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, so 1d10 plus 4, another d plus 4. That's 18 points of damage. So in total.
Okay.
And I get 2 actions. And Eldritch Blast under my action. Do I get to do it again? Or
You get
not?
2 action. What?
Attack,
You get
2
two
attacks.
attacks.
2 attacks per
Attacks.
action.
Yeah, attacks don't include 2 spells.
Yeah,
I
the
don't-
spells
Okay,
and
cool.
attacks are two different things.
Okay, so then I just shoot him.
Since you cast a spell, that would be your action. Essentially, you get 2 Eldritch Blasts or 2 like firearm blasts.
2 Eldritch Blasts. Okay,
Yeah.
got you. Got you. So then that's that.
And that's that.
Yeah, but Spike has just like a crazed look in his eye, and I kind of want it to. When I did the Hellish Rebuke, I want it to seem like it's. I used a little bit of excessive force.
Ugh.
I made sure this guy burned and toasted.
Oh, jeez.
Wait, did you say you burned him into what?
Burned
Toasted.
him to toast.
He's toasted. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is a tough choice, fellas.
What is the legal ruling on this? Is this self-defense?
I guess it's up to Killian to interpret the
Yeah.
report of this case.
I feel
Um,
like Killian's gonna get fired.
Uh,
You're about to see one homeless bird.
one homeless bird.
Are we such? It was such a bad influence.
The thing is,
he
like,
had our files. He knew what he was signing up
Yeah.
for.
Although to be fair, you're the one who stabbed first.
That's fair.
Screw-
Well, they were gonna throw and burn down a building, but Killian,
Oh,
you,
yeah, that's
do you see in the priest's eyes that you were engaged with a drunken bravery? Normally, in combat scenarios, the war priest will take the time to revive, heal fallen comrades. This guy's not taking those precautions. There is a lust for valor in his eyes in this moment, engaged with you. You just took the 2 gunshots. And, you know, he was giving you all those salutes and, you know, all those niceties earlier. And he says, "I'm willing to die for my country, Agent. Will you do the same?" And you watch him cast a spell once more.
I already used my reaction.
And
right?
you already used your reaction, while he also draws out his massive
How far away is he from
60
me?
feet.
Counterspell.
That's counterspell range, baby.
Yeah.
Okay, what level?
I'll do 3rd.
Is that the base level?
Yes, that's the base level.
Make an intelligence check for me.
Okay. What's? Okay, I guess. Let's see. Intelligence.
Yep.
Just a check.
Just a check.
Yeah.
Wait, don't say anything yet. Don't say anything yet.
It's a 7. I rolled a 2 on the dice.
I said don't say anything yet. I'm giving you inspiration, my friend. Give
Well,
me a second. I just said
yeah.
Oh, you mean Flash of Genius?
Well, I
No, no,
have
no.
inspiration. Yeah, I'll roll that. That's a 5. I have 12.
Flash of Genius, Travis, do it.
No, I didn't mean Flash of Genius. I meant literally I'm getting him inspiration in the like.
Oh, in the chat. But you can do that.
Yeah.
too.
Oh, cool. Yeah,
how do
I'll
I,
roll
how do I
that
do
again.
that again? I don't actually remember how to do this.
I
It's
got you,
Twitch.
I
You're on,
got it.
you know Twitch.
No, I
Little
don't.
bubble
I
thing,
got it. I got it.
Thank you.
and then you do the inspire.
Oh yeah, you can. Thank you.
Cool.
I spelled
Very
Harry's name
That's
wrong.
better.
There's
Uh,
2 inspires for Harry,
That's
and there you go.
fucking better. That's gonna be with the bardic inspiration I got. That's going to be a 23.
There you go. You stopped a 5th level spiritual weapon. The maul gets brought down onto Killian anyway.
Cool. I just snap this spell out of casting, and I just yell out, "The war's over!"
I love it.
My
Killian,
skull
a
gets
20,
crushed.
Killian a 22 to hit, and then a 19 to hit.
Yeah, yeah.
The first is 10 points of damage. The second is 8 points of damage.
Okay. Can I uncanny dodge the 10?
You've already used your reaction.
Oh, right. So 18.
Yep.
Haha, still alive.
This dwarf cleric hisses at that, and then now the this last
You see
fighter.
birds circling my head.
This last weathered commander, he picks up what's going on. He's the last one standing after being fireballed to hell. Turns around, sees the cleric still fighting, and is going to break toward the edge of the bridge, take a leap, feather token in hand, and
Counterspell
Leave.
that. That'd be funny. Bye bye.
Yeah. Honestly, counterspelling Featherfall is one of the most brutal moves you could
That's
pull.
BM. That is BM.
but that commander makes his escape, living to survive another day. Maybe taking your "the war is over" comment to heart, even if the cleric did not.
I'm
then now-
sorry all his friends had to die for it, but you know, if he takes something away from it, you know, maybe it's not all
Little loss.
not all a loss. Yeah.
Finally, so that essentially the cleric and Killian are engaged in one-on-one combat, while the two sniper folks are over on either deck of the Sky Coach taking pot shots. And Oleg, it is your turn.
Okay. Oleg is
surrounded by
going to-
smoldering corpses.
Oleg is going to find the corpse that
Oleg
Xavier.
calls that Tuesday.
Oleg's gonna find the corpse that Xavier or that Spike killed. Just recently. He is going
Just
to
recently.
load. He's gonna load another slug into his shotgun, and he's gonna point it at him, and he's gonna cast Cure Wounds. And as he does,
Cure life.
because he's not like he's not completely killed, right? Like whenever you get technically, I don't know,
Whenever
when you
player characters get reduced to 0 hit points, yes. However, we'll leave it up to fate. You can still attempt it unless you want to take an action to see if he's still alive. Make a medicine check.
no. Is he dwarven? I can't remember if he's dwarven.
The one that Spike lit up, yes, he was dwarven.
Yeah, then I'll heal him. I'll heal him no matter what. Yeah, I'm not gonna care.
And beard burnt, singed up to where now it's just a 5 o'clock shadow of ash. Face, helmet, been scorched up. Armor completely scorched. Badges and sashes ruined. Breathes with life again. This dwarf
And as I shoot him, I will look him in the eye, and I will grab his face, like literally, like press my hand into his face, and say, "Call off your men, call off your cleric, and we can heal these last people, so nobody has to die here. You are dumb. I do not want you dead."
Okay, make an intimidation check for me.
Sure.
We'll see what happens.
Intimidation. Okay, that's gonna be a 23.
Okay. We'll see what he does on his turn. Yep, it was effective. It was very effective.
Is that how Oleg casts Cure Wounds? Does he just like
A shotgun
shoot you
blast.
with healing magic?
No, he legit like loads a shell. All of his spells are shot through his guns.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm not sure I had that
still
clear in my
hurts.
mind. But
Yeah.
That's very cool.
No, he loads like a syringe basically into his shotgun and shoots them.
I
I
would
like
love like out of context some other dude's like dying in an alley and he's like, "Let me help," and then gets his gun out.
Yeah.
You hold on.
And I will
no,
also
hold on,
be
hold on.
looking towards the cleric if I can, trying to communicate this to him as well. Like, hey, we don't need you to die.
Okay. All right, and that will now bring us back to the top with Killian in one-on-one with this cleric, who has essentially asked if you would die for your country. If on a shotgun.
Ah, shit.
What you gonna do?
I'd say I do that and more, and I hit him again.
Alrighty, go for it. You still have the sneak attack, so just roll an attack roll.
Who knew that Oleg would be the one trying to be compassionate while
I
Killian
know,
is the one
right?
who's trying to.
Yeah. Does Killian get to hear that, or is he too busy with the fight?
Probably be too busy and too far away to hear that.
Killian would be impressed.
He'd be impressed, but he'd still kill the guy. Like,
Killian?
you're about to kill somebody. Yeah, have fun.
Maybe not
I'm
gonna be
trying to
vicious.
Non-lethal damage.
Yeah.
Incapacitated. Anyway, what'd you get to
I'm
hit?
trying to like stab the extremities, you know?
Anyway, roll it. What's he get to hit?
Is that the right word?
Nope. What'd you get to hit?
27.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's gonna
what's
hit.
the right word.
Extremities. You're close. You said extremities.
Oh,
It is
You know,
pretty
Extremities.
extreme.
Anyway, roll damage. So your D8 plus your sneak attack 5d6 and your dexterity modifier.
I lost another die.
Alan,
I'll use that one.
you have one job.
I actually don't know where that one was. 30.
30. Oh, that cleric is still up. Just barely though.
How high can dwarves jump?
Not high.
This is the
It seems pretty presumptuous of you to say that.
This is a quintessential Alan question.
Do you just want to fly out of range high enough to where he can't hit you?
Yeah, basically.
So you
disengaging with my bonus.
disengage? Yeah, so you could fly up and out of range to so they can't reach you.
Alright. Actually, can I? So I know there was fire and it was put out. Is there smoke in the air?
A little bit, not too much.
Can
Are you
I?
about to do smoke messages?
Can I hide in it?
Not really. There's not enough to completely mask your.
Because there's still those other two like trying to take pot shots at me, right?
Yeah, but because of the street lights and you can only go up to 50 feet, you're still gonna be well within sight.
Okay. They're both from like the similar direction, right?
Yes.
Can I position myself so like I'm hovering over the ground and like between the shooters and me is the door? Or one of them? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so sort of making like a V kind of in between them and up in the air.
Yeah.
What's your passive perception?
23.
Okay. You spot those two trying to hide on the decks of the ship, so they will not get advantage on their attacks. Okay. Movement, bonus action, all that good stuff. Donovan and Varian up in the room. The two are still over on the sky coaches, and that one cleric is still trying to fight Killian to the death.
Cool. There's two people taking pot shots.
Yeah,
Can we see them?
on the sky coaches? What is your passive perceptions?
Mine is 15.
23.
Varian, you can. Donovan, you cannot.
Cool.
I
I will. If we're going on the same initiative, and I see him looking, I will point out where they are.
I was gonna say, if you see him, you got a good eye on them. I'll help our new bird friend with the guy in the middle if you want to take care of those chuckleheads over there.
All right. Fair enough. I summon this arcane circle with little points of light, and I'm gonna cast a 4th level magic missile.
Nice. And that's automatically going to hit. How do you want to divide it up between the two of them?
Okay, let's see. How many darts am I getting? Okay,
6.
so I had 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 darts. So I'll send 3 and 3, I guess.
Sure. Go and roll that damage.
Okay, so the first person, that's going to be 4, 10, that's 3. So 13 points on the first one,
Okay.
and then, ooh, pretty good rolls. Another 13.
Killian, you watch orbs of green light just boop, 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 fly from the window. You hear distant doo, 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 as they impact, and you hear one person go, and you see one of the spies kill over on the deck of the ship.
Like dead?
Did.
Making death saving throws, shall we say?
We'll
Maybe,
see. We'll see.
perhaps.
Let's go check.
Who knows?
no.
The other one stumbles as reloading his firearm. Anything else, Varian? Not Donovan.
I'll just after they're doing this, I'll step out of the way and indicate for Donovan to do what he's gonna do at the window.
Okay, I will look at I will look at the person locked in combat with Killian.
Not
the
anymore.
dwarf.
He's
Oh.
looking at Killian flying up in the air.
I'll just yell at the window. Hey, dumbass! No one's gotta die today, but if you're set on it, I'll be happy to oblige you. And I will cast a Scorching Ray at 3rd level.
Hey, roll the attack rolls.
First one is going to be a 24.
Okay.
Second one is going to be a 22.
Okay.
And then the third one is going to be a 19.
A 19 will still hit.
Cool. So that's 6d6. You'd love to see it.
Love to see it.
We can bring them back, don't worry. They were racist, they didn't matter anyway. That's 25 points of fire damage.
How do you want to do this?
Yeah.
There's no way.
So I take my lighter that I used to cast this spell, and I just kind of like waved in front of me in a line, and just like 3 little fireballs appear, and they just kind of all fly around, spiraling like trailing smoke. And one of them impacts like into his leg and like knocks him on the ground. The other one like impacts his arm and kind of like starts setting his clothes on fire, and then like the last one just like right in the forehead. And I kind of yell out the window. It's like, "Hey, buddy, I'm an immigrant too. We don't take too kindly to people acting like that."
Finally, the last standing dwarf, Red River, actually is the survivor of this entire kerfuffle, runs over, and similarly as to whenever you first acquired this Sky Coach, will try and make an intelligence check.
Take our Sky Coach?
Yep. I'm gonna actually have to like deep cut and look at the first interaction you had with the Sky Coach and see what the check was in the DC.
I believe it was 50.
50?
Yeah.
50? That makes sense. I believe it. That sounds like a reasonable number.
Yeah, Oleg rolled a nat 30 plus 20. I do remember that. It was a pretty wild. It was a pretty wild.
It's pretty
time.
nuts. It's crazy.
So here's what I'm gonna say. And this is for Travis's benefit. And I want to agree with this because it is Oleg's Sky Coach. The initial check to take control of a moving and already functioning Sky Coach was a DC 12 intelligence check. Since it is your Sky Coach, you have made it your own, and you've probably added your own interesting magical keys and command words and
like
things.
A dead man switch. If someone steals it,
Well-
they don't put in press the button, it just explodes.
Maybe
I'm
not
pretty sure.
that, but you will probably have amped up the security some. So do you think a DC 15 is fair?
Sure. Yeah.
Well,
Do I think it's fair? Yes, I think it is fair. Do I want it
do you
to
like
happen?
it? No. Well, Travis, you're in luck because you know what I rolled? Okay, let's recap that real fast. We went from a DC 12 initially to a DC 15 because you've improved it. I rolled a 12. So, they fumble with the controls for several minutes. Red River looks toward the edge, jumps from the Sky Coach using the last bit of his movement, and Feather
Counterspell him.
Feather Token takes a
can.
tumble. He's like
Do it.
90,
I think
he's
it's
out
a
of
magic
range.
item.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's out of range.
Dispel magic.
A bonus action to smell magic. Yeah.
Nope.
Just dimension door right next to him, and just like.
But Red River takes the leap, Feather Token in hand, and survives. Now, as things quiet down, the crowd, seeing that things are dying down, immediately erupts in cheering. You just handled some brutish nationalist street gang in the Dragon's Eye district, and Spike, coming sort of out of your haze, as being one of the only people who realized, I'm not lying, this all worked out. The dwarf that Oleg healed is the commander person from the Aurum Gallery.
Oh boy.
Oleg, that was the one that he revived. So, it just so happened, it rolled all perfectly and accordingly that he was the one. So, he's alive. The other 2 people escaped. Everyone else has been scorched in the streets, and that's where we'll probably stop for a couple minutes and take a quick break. We've been playing for an hour and a half now? No, 2.5? I'm not getting used to the new time. 2.5 roughly. So we'll take, a 5 to 10 minute break, grab refills, pee, etc. And then we'll pick back up, wrap up this stuff, and then talk about what this master plan is that my players have been discussing behind my back. Very eager to hear it.
It's definitely going to sound as good as it did at 1:15 in the morning a week ago.
I love it.
100%.
I love it. So we'll be right back. We'll toilet cat and we'll start resolving this stuff. So we'll be right back. I like that plan though. I like that plan.
You're the one who
Were
came
you
up
on the
with it.
Discord? Because wow, that's scary close to what we proposed.
So I think their plan, chat, is to make Varian into a nutty Professor Fat alternate
Yeah.
ID.
Yeah.
Nutty Varian, Nutty Madani, Nutty Madani.
That's a vile thing you just said.
You mean
Sounds like a really bad sex position.
Nutty V? No, so he's Dragon Mark, so you gotta have the D apostrophe, so it's Denutty.
Davinci?
This is quickly devolving.
Cheese H. Let me turn off the combat and dramatic music, put on the jazz again.
Only if it's smooth.
It's some of it's smooth. Most of it's smooth. So, you guys roast half of these this nationalist street gang. Donovan Varian, you are up in the apartment still. About 2 full minutes has passed since you were having a conversation. But in the meantime, Gav and Sim have both whipped you up some nice, lovely drinks. While down below, people have been burned alive. However, aside from the 2 people that escaped, the other survivor, Spike knows to be a dwarven veteran that is a member of the Aurum that he saw and overheard at the Aurora Gallery. But as those down on the street sort of come to your senses and sort of start realizing that things have died down, particularly Spike and Killian, when you start to really relax, the adrenaline starts to slow just a little bit. By the time that happens, there is a surge of people running over to you, Spike, that Warforged and his date for that evening that you met earlier. They run over. They recognize you as the waiter who served them. And so they shake your hand in just utmost awe, like, that was so brave. What? Where did that? Were you just getting off the clock? I thought you were that was amazing. And, people running over to Oleg. Trying to tip, like, you deserve this. People running over to Oleg and say, like, I've never seen a house member with such bravery except from those in House Danae. That is amazing. And such generosity. You brought him back to life. And patting everyone on the back, Killing you kind of float your way down. And again, people surge over to you. And they say, you dueled that maniac 1-on-1. That was amazing. And like clapping everyone on the back amidst scorched bodies on the street. But what do you guys do as things die down and you are congratulated and clapped on the back?
How many people died?
Four. The 2 people who lived are the Aurum dwarf member and the dwarf spy Red River.
Sharn, the city where the lives of people cost about as much as the paper and ink on which their obituaries are printed.
I was about to say,
love
I
Love it.
could I have checked the guy that I toasted? Could I have done like Oleg and been like brought him back with like a healing word or something?
Would you like to try to now?
Yes.
How do you get back down? You just go take the stairs in the elevator?
How far is it down?
60
again?
feet.
I'll just run downstairs. You know what? Fuck it. I got the spell slots. I'll just jump out the window and feather fall down there just to save
Oh
some
yeah,
time.
the classic Oleg move.
And then I'll healing word that guy, or try to.
Truly a classic Oleg move.
Fuck it, there's elevators.
Spell evaders.
Okay.
Can
Before that, Donovan, roll a dexterity check for me.
15.
You get your healing word off before he makes his final saving throw. He had 2 failures, and you get your healing word off. Again, he wakes up, his salt and pepper beard completely scorched. The beam of fire that hit him in the face has ripped his helmet clean off, leaving a massive burn scar across pretty much the upper half of his face. And he has jolted back up, realizing that he's alive and that he kind of didn't die for his country. Immediately lets out just this scream of fury.
As he screams, I just kind of like slap him on the top of the head. I'm like, don't make a scene. You already made an ass of yourself today. But speaking of making an ass of yourself, can I get a statement about how much of a fucking idiot you are for the Sharn Inquisitive?
Make a dexterity saving
God.
throw.
21.
He raises up both of his hands over his head, brings them down.
You casting a spell right now?
He is casting a
This
spell.
I
You
literally
take
just saved his life.
34 points halved to 17 points of fire and radiant damage as he brings down just almost like 2 gauntlets of flame and radiant light
Well,
into your gut. And he, again, this vicious, rage-filled scream.
and let me, how much health did I give him? Wow, 6.
Yep.
Can I, instead of like doing the whole thing where I knock him out or blah blah, can I just like say I cast a cantrip and that like knocks him out? Instead of like the whole.
What do you
I
cast?
was just gonna vicious mockery.
What's the save? Because he might save and we'll keep attacking
19.
you. It's a wisdom save?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he rolled a 25. And then he will 4th level cast a spiritual weapon.
I mean, do we not
Any
get
of us
turns?
seen this?
Yeah.
I mean, you probably see this, you hear the poof. You watch as Donovan casts a spell. Do you guys want to get involved?
Yeah.
I can cast
Yeah.
Eldritch Blast from 120 feet away. So,
You want to do it?
yes.
Roll an attack roll.
It's gonna die twice.
I tried.
It's an 18 to hit.
That hits.
We need to not kill this guy.
That's not true.
No, it
I
is
did
true.
Exactly 6 damage.
Okay. So he is knocked unconscious and will start making death saving throws here in a little while.
I mean, like,
Or something, I think. Unless someone wants to make a medicine check and stabilize them on their...
This isn't the dwarvish guy from the arm. This is just a regular guy,
is the
right?
clear-
yeah, but he's trying to martyr himself, which
Yep.
is what Oleg will say. Oleg will.
That's okay. I will take a pair of like manacles out of my bag, and I'll handcuff him, and then what I will do is I will try to make a medicine check to stabilize him.
Go for it. Make a medicine check.
Thank you, Jack of all trades. That's a 15.
That'll do it. He's stabilized.
I'll just bandage him up real quick and just. You tried, buddy. I raise my hand over to Spike. Go, thanks.
Just tip my hat at you.
He's good. Now,
Can Killian try and save anybody too?
do you
There's too
have
much time.
healing magic? Because pretty much beyond healing magic, that everyone's pretty much literally toast at this point.
I mean,
I have
And at that,
potions
unless you don't know who is still possibly breathing, unless you go around and make medicine checks, and every round spent doing so means more potential death saves and lowers the chances of people.
I'll
you
just
know.
cure wounds one of them as well. Is there another dwarf down? If there's not, then I won't cure.
There is one of the dwarves that got fireballed by Varian earlier.
Cool, I'll do that. I will-
Let me roll. Yep. So
how m-
you load up shell, fire. He's already
Okay.
dead.
He's already dead.
Already dead.
I'll just do the next. There's not another one, is there?
Nope. The rest are humans.
Cool. Don't care about them then.
2 human guys.
I want to talk to the dwarvish guy from the arm when everyone
Oh,
gets
so
done
there's
doing
still
their
2
curing.
dying humans.
2 dying or dead humans.
I'll check the closest one.
Do you want to do any healing or just check to see if they're alive or dead?
Check.
Make a medicine check.
15.
He's dead already.
Check the other one.
And actually, hold on. And then the other one, it is the woman that talked to Spike. 3B95 over on the Sky Coach. You go over and check her. Make another medicine check for me.
16.
She is also dead.
Damn, none of these people saved.
Those last 2 I rolled 2s on, so nope.
Can I give you my
Damn.
inspiration to see if you can succeed?
See if that last one survives. Sure. I think I have, as a DM, points of inspiration, but if any one of you guys want to inspire her, you're more than welcome to.
Sure, I will do that.
Oleg inspires or Travis inspires. Let me roll again.
Wait, can I inspire the other guy?
So, to be, oh, hey, Jess.
Or is it too late?
Too late for now. For now.
Yeah.
It's too late. I'll wait for Travis to finish listening. So basically what I'm doing is whoever you go up to, I've just been rolling a d20, and if it's 11 or higher, they're still alive. If it's 10 or lower, they're already dead. And then
Yeah.
at that point, you make a medicine check, I make a death save,
dude.
and we'll essentially see if they live or die just on that moment. So making it very quick and dirty. So you go up to that woman, that sneaky woman that Spike knows, 3B. I rolled badly the first time. Second time, I rolled a third 2 in a row. So she is, it's meant to be. She dies. She is dead.
Alright.
Blasted by a magic missile.
Can I communi crystal? My
Yeah.
partner from this far away?
Yeah.
Oh. I won't do it yet. I'll go in a corner to collect myself.
So, and Spike, you approach that dwarf from the Arum.
Is he standing, sitting? Or where's
Probably
he?
still laying on the ground.
Good.
I want
I
to say
put my
I'm
boot on
sitting
it.
on the war priest's
I
chest.
put my boot
like
on
he's
his
stuck on
chest.
me. Yeah.
You do what, Xavier?
I put my boot on his chest as he's laying on the ground. Then I squat down and look at him. I just tell him, the only reason why you're alive today is because they allowed it. If I see you or any of your racist friends marching around my city, and yes, I said my city again, their good graces, you're gonna need a lot more than that to save you. I will make sure you burn in hell where you belong. Then I get up and I stomp on his chest one last time, and I walk away.
Make an intimidation check with advantage. Ooh, that gave me chills. That felt good.
Spike said, "Don't come back to my city, you racist ass bitch."
That's a dirty 20.
Oh my lord.
Um,
I got high intimidation, baby.
he nods.
Hell yeah.
You can tell he absolutely recognizes you from the party. So he remembers seeing you there, and he just nods. He doesn't acknowledge or say anything. He just nods and agrees, face scarred up and burnt.
Good. Am I rusted at all?
Yes. And it probably becomes apparent to everyone if you, maybe not Varian up in the room, but everyone who's down on the street level. Spike, you're wearing your duster, right? You put it back on after you, yeah. But it would probably be very apparent that his blast in an arm is rusted, and the blasting side of his face is rusted in a sort of two-face type scenario. It's split half and half. And Spike, Romulus is laughing. He says, "Hell yeah, you know, I remember these guys in the war. They were the worst. They weren't fighting in the war for justice, for the sake of for anyone kind. They were doing it for victory, for honor, for valor. Thank you for letting me share that with you. Thank you. I know you said not to take control or get involved, stuff like that anymore, but couldn't sit back for that one."
Romulus, we're partners, right? Through and through. Don't forget that.
I know Romulus is a bit easier to remember. But actually, I think I had a special designation. R0ML5. I think that was my war designation, my war identification number. R0ML5.
Alright. Would you prefer me to call you that?
Romulus is easier.
Alright. I like Spike too. I don't like it when people call me by my number.
Feels kind of gross, right?
Like, I'm like, you don't know me like
Yeah,
that. Like,
exactly.
you can't call me that. Alright.
Never mind.
Well, thanks for sharing that with me.
Yeah. After a few minutes pass of you checking for any living people, regaining your composure, you all sort of hear what sounds like the repetitive clattering of tin cans on the ground. And you all look up to, running from the High Walls district down the street from the north, is a group of about 15 to 20 Warforged. And you, even Varian up in the roof, you spot a couple of familiar faces. You spot 80553 Boss. You find Boss amidst the group. You see his massive spiked pauldrons.
Oh, man.
You see, I have to look at
Our friend the actor.
the friend, the actor, and also, as Spike knows him, essentially the professional wrestler for the Burning Ring.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's fucking cool.
You notice the one-armed Warforged Cole, who was involved in the kidnapping of Caden Orion. In our very first adventure together, all of us.
Yeah,
That
that's a
deep
call.
cut, she was the one that ran away from you in the Cog Carnival. And also Spike, wearing, it's a bit loud, but wearing fairly shiny, glittery, blousey garments. You see the part wooden and metal warforged Karamantonen in this crowd as well. This crowd of warforged walks up. They all have a variety of arm blades, arm hammers, firearms, arm guns, all it just wielding whatever they can find. And they all arrive to this scene of scorched Brokenbridge Brawlers. And then, they all look around, and then eventually they look up, they see all of you. And probably Boss would step forward, being sort of the more performative type. He steps forward and says, "We've been chasing after these guys for the past 20 minutes, and you take care of them just like that." And his metal fingers scrape against each other, and it's little shrieking sounds. But, damn it, this is impressive. I cannot believe it. And Boss shouts out, "Drinks on me tonight!" And all these warforged cheer and yell. And then he points out to Spike and Oleg, the two investigators down on the ground that he recognizes because everyone else has changed or arrived in the meantime. Points at the two of you and says, "Drinks for life, the two of you. Drinks for life."
Ooh, that's what I like to hear.
That's awesome. Thank you.
And all these warforged, you were just finished shaking hands and pushing off people, like, thanking you for saving this little area of town. But now this crowd of warforged arrive and are stowing away all their armed and built-in weapons, shaking hands, greeting you. Spike and probably even Killian, if they come up to you, give their identification numbers as well, and their whatever name they're going by, and they immediately become friends with you for what you've done here.
What's happened exactly? Why were you chasing them down?
Hey, who should you talk to? We'll say Cole. Cole, the one-armed warforged. You find Cole, and she says, "So, well, honestly, ever since you, we've heard the rumors, since you convinced Alden Orion to invest in the Cog Carnival, it's become one of the most popular bars in Highwalls for Warforged. We had to up the prices for any, skins like you guys. But, we gotta have a nice place to call our own, and, there were maybe nearly 100 of us over there now, and these," points to one of the charred corpses on the ground, "these motherfuckers decided to come through, spouting their bullshit, and granted, not all of us Warforged are Brealish or Carnathian, whatever it might be, but who cares? And so we decided, enough with this, we'll put a stop to it. But by the time we got enough people mustered up, they had already made it here, and apparently you guys have already dealt with it, so you owe us one. I don't know what that means." I don't know what that means. Thank you for taking care of them. They're a real thorn. I think there's still a couple of them scattered around, but I mean, that and points to Donovan sitting on the chest of this manacled, unconscious cleric and says, "I don't think he was necessarily the ringleader, but he was the one that mostly did these outings. They did it like once a week, and he needs to be taken care of."
Hey, I call from sitting my perch. Any of you want to make a statement about this? I'm thinking about writing an article about this, try to drum up some support for you guys, because this nonsense, people keep giving us immigrants a hard time for absolutely no reason.
You see that Cole makes her way over to continue talking to you. But Boss, in the most broy fashion takes Cole's place and immediately begins like throwing his arm around Oleg and shaking him around, like patting him on the chest, doing that like repeated high five thing. And says, "See, I knew it. I knew this was more your speed. I saw you in that theater. You look so uncomfortable sitting in those seats watching these people dance around on stage. There's a fire in your eye. I can see it. And not like literal fire, I guess, but also like..."
He says that to me?
Yeah, he says that to you. And granted, he hasn't seen you in a couple months since that incident.
I'll say, "Oh, you think so? I never would have thought. I
Like,
think
don't front. Come on, man.
I don't know, man.
It felt good, didn't it?
It kind of did. I don't know. Can you give me some shooting lessons?
Well, I'm not a shooter. I'm more of a hand-to-hand.
Oh.
Are you a hand-to-hand? Are you a fighter?
I
Hand-to-hand?
bring out my guns and I hold one in each hand and I go, "No, I like these guys a lot. I don't know. There's something special about them."
Well, if you're ever interested, he looks around, taps his head and says, I know a guy. You can come, just meet up with me. We can, I'm not much of a shooter, but I can teach you how to. That's fine.
I'm not very strong, I got to be honest, but I would like to try. Why not?
Well, how about this? You know your way around a fight. You can probably pick out strong people, weak people, weaknesses, strengths, stuff like that. How are you at placing bets? You a gambling man?
I like to throw some money around sometimes.
So, taps himself on the forehead again and says, I know a guy. What about betting on fights, Bet on the winner, the loser.
I like that, yes. That sounds good.
I'll be in touch.
Okay. And this is from whom again?
Boss.
Boss.
And for people at home, in their first off-screen adventure, it was half off-screen, half on-screen at the Diamond Theater. Boss was one of the actors who was essentially a WWE wrestler. So it's essentially as if John Cena went to do Broadway. However, Boss... Hey, yeah, of course, a very natural thing to do. And Boss played the Warforged role of Spike in the on-stage production of 5 Live. Because of his spiked pauldrons and things he has had added onto his frame. However, while this broing out and talk of gambling and fighting is happening, this Warforged crowd dispersing, talking to people, looking at the bodies, occasionally nudging a body with a foot somewhat forcefully. Spike, you start going about your business and you immediately get tackled. And when you turn and look, Kara Montonen, in her shimmery Saturday night garb and her wooden plating, has thrown her arms around you. And she leans back and says, "What the fuck? You... What? I mean, I knew you were a bounty hunter, but..."
Oh, Garen, come on, you're being too kind.
I didn't know you were a genie, too. Fucking making
What?
wishes come true.
Oh,
See, 'cause-
listen, I'm a man of many talents. I'm what I read in this book one time, a different book. It said I'm there's a thing called a Renaissance man. I think that's something that I am. I can take on many different roles. I'll be a cowboy.
The ugly.
Yeah, it's in the epilogue. I can be a cowboy, I can be a genie, I can be whatever you want.
I've read in some books there's this thing, when the gods or whatever divine forces come down and save the main characters, right? The moment, the pinnacle moment. And I mean, not to talk bad, but I heard rumors that you had been arrested. The King's Citadel, nonetheless. The moment I heard that, I thought, Spike's done for. He's going away. And then here, like, I'm like a god.
Whoa.
You swoop in to save everyone. What is this?
No, I ain't gonna say all that like I'm a god or nothing like that. But I will say though, I am, and I say it a little louder. Say it with my chest. I am the Iron Defender, and this is my city. And I just like say it, and like I blast a gunshot in the air.
I love it. Donovan, make a
I
perception
write
check.
that down.
Yes, write that down. Donovan, make a perception check for me.
Yes, sir. Natural 20, so 25.
Man, is this not a roll you would want to roll? You see at sort of the outskirt, there's a lot going on as you're sitting here on top of this unconscious cleric. There are warforged everywhere, light gleaming off of metal, crowds of people going around, shaking hands, patting shoulders, slipping a couple silver for drinks that evening. And you spot a familiar face. You spot another journalist for the Sharn Inquisitive. Her name is Barbara Alway. However, of course, as any Barbara would, she goes by Babs. And you notice that rather than walking around, celebrating, congratulating everyone on the work they've done, Babs, in her Saturday night getup in heels and a skirt and a blouse, is doing her journalistic duty and writing down the scene, and is taking notes.
How far away is she?
Maybe like 40, 50 feet.
I go, hey, Babs, what's up?
She looks up, sees you, she waves, and to any other person, that is just a, hey, familiar wave. To a journalist, there is a look of serious fury and fire in her eyes, and she immediately takes pen to paper again and begins scribbling in her notepad, flipping the page, writing faster.
I cast sending to our editor person.
Uh-huh.
And I say, hey, I got a bonus story coming in about a thing that just happened downtown. Some nationalist attacking Warforged. I got it. But I think Babs is probably going to send some stuff your way too, but give her the credit for it. We got to help each other out. She may see this as a competition, but I don't.
Your editor responds, and there's a bit of confusion, a bit of stuttering at the beginning, and he says, all right, I mean, the order things, first thing on my desk, but you want Abs to get the credit? Oh, make a note.
Yeah, and I will message Canterbury and be like, keep looking like that, your face is gonna get stuck that way. Come over here.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh no, a 3, so it's still a 10. 21.
She walks. You see, she looks up, and you're not sure whether she's committing to the mechanics of message or doesn't understand them. Either way, she says, "Fuck!" and walks over across the ground, makes her way over to you, and before you even get a chance to say anything, she says, "This scoop is mine. I know you were here. I know you were involved, but you're already involved. Just let me have this one."
I already told the boss it's yours. I was
You-
gonna give you some information.
You told the boss you've been here the whole time. What?
Yeah.
It's like 10:30. It's almost 11
It's
o'clock. How did you tell
It's
him?
all right.
How did you
Listen, you act like this is a competition. We work for the same place. I'm not trying to steal a story from you. I'm gonna help you with the story. And I pull out my notepad and I rip out a couple pages and hand it to her about the statements that I took. I'm like, calm down, it's all right.
What?
This isn't a competition. Why do you do this anyway? Do you do it to make money, or do you do it to make sure people know all the bad shit that's going on in this town that people are trying to sweep under the rug, huh?
I mean, you know what? I'm not drunk enough to tell you all this stuff. I thank you for your help.
That's
I
all right.
greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You know, our business, it operates off of favors, helping each other out. We're just trying to make the city a better place, you know?
Well,
I had to take a more hands-on approach today. And then I kind of like elbow the guy I'm sitting on. But, you know.
Are you still sitting on this? You're
Yeah.
at a bar, my man.
it's on the ground
No,
outside.
we were like out in the street, so I'm just sitting on him.
She says, well, not all of us are as lucky to be able to participate in such hands-on methods.
That's why I'm helping you out. We all work for the same place.
Well, thank you. Hold on. And she pulls out like one of those little change purses. And you hear her clink around a little bit. And she pulls out coins into her hand, but you immediately identify that's not currency. And you look, and she's like pilfering through various drink tokens from bars in this area. And pulls out one for the Dragon's Eye pub. It's shaped in the shape of an eye. And she says, here,
get outta
free
here with
drink.
that.
Nope, free drink. Take
Get
it.
outta
It's
here
on
with
me.
that. I don't
It's
need
on
that.
me. Nope, take it. It's yours. It's all you.
Okay. And I wait for her to like stop paying attention. I just telekinesis. I put it back in her bag.
You slip this literally like this worthless drink. Don't put it back in her purse. And she puts it away. Says, well, I guess I'll see you in the offices in 2 days.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, whenever you write the article, just you take the credit. Just like write me as like a reference or something.
Of course, yes. And she starts to walk away, then turns around and says, all right, I've got to ask. You know how the office is. There are rumors, more rumors than you believe.
Mm-hmm.
People are
we getting a
saying
new creamer?
people are saying you're gonna get fired. That you've been skipping on to work too much, or that you've been too away. Everyone has different things. Some people say you've taken an entirely new job and they're gonna fire you ahead of time for it. I don't know what's true. Are you good? Everything all right?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not getting fired. People just like to stir up drama because they're bored. I think it's because our coworkers don't have enough to do.
You think if they
It's
spent that time
hilarious.
running
You
garden-
think with all the news happening and murders happening over the place, people don't have anything better to do at work than
Exactly.
talk about the one guy that's not there.
Like literally, you
They ever
turn around the
thought, oh,
corner and some
maybe
guy
he's
gets
spending-
murdered.
Yeah, like maybe he's just spending time with his daughter because he's a single dad. But oh no, he's getting fired.
I don't know.
No, I'm
just
actually
that-
not getting fired. I'm probably gonna get a raise after the story I'm writing.
What story is that?
Don't worry about it. You'll read it one day.
All right, that's fair. I got my one. All right. See ya.
Yep.
And she continues scribbling down a couple notes, looking at what you gave her. And I will open it back up to you guys to do what you will.
I use Communicrystal to contact the local authorities to come over and tell Usid what has happened.
And as sort of a
And ambulances.
quick run through, Sharn Watch eventually arrives. And what do you tell Usid happens? And what do you tell the Sharn Watch what happens?
Huh. Oh,
Yeah, so essentially, do you paint it as self-defense? Do you paint it as essentially? And also, unfortunately, as an agent of the law, especially a Dark Lantern, you know the ways, ins and outs of everything, pretty much. It's pretty easy to bribe Sharn Watch officers. Like, literally, it just takes a few gold to get what you want from them. And so if, essentially, how does this resolve from a law enforcement legal perspective, and what do you tell Usid? Because I imagine you probably tell her something a little different.
Okay. First, I'll contact Usid, and I'll just tell her what happened. Like, what actually happened.
And there's a long pause from her end. Says, well, Killian, we can only do so much at a time. And so I don't want to put more on your plate. Stick to what you're doing. Don't let this throw you off, but keep it in the back of your mind. I'm sitting here, and you could almost imagine, you've probably done it with her dozens of times, not done it with her, but sat in her office dozens of times, looking at her array of paperwork, and you know that she has sort of an arcane map of the city, and where there are pings of people's communicrystals. And she has all varieties of spell shards to magically keep track of documents. She says, I've been studying these cases, what they've been doing, endlessly, and God, I mean endlessly. Killian, you've been gone for 2 hours, and I have had another 3 cups of coffee. I feel terrible. But I'm constantly looking at this big picture. I know it like the back of my hand. These Brokenbridge Brawlers, we've heard of them. They're a bunch of, from what I've normally been seeing, is they're a bunch of just veterans who can't get over the outcome of the war. But a lot of the times they go to these refugee areas of the city and raise havoc. That's burning down storefronts, that's beating up people in alleys, and just being a nuisance. Very rarely do they go intending to kill anyone. Just a couple days ago, when we got word of these investigators in High Walls, this house killer was raising Cain about a new order, essentially, getting rid of the houses. They caused the war. They funded it. Whatever. Right. Anyway, I feel that it's no coincidence that this group decided to up their game, get all armored up and liquored up, and make their way to raise havoc in other districts, not just these refugee districts. Keep an eye out for more groups like this, would you? I imagine that this house killer, or whoever he may have been in High Walls, this might not be the end of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, will do.
Anyway, some Sharn Watch should be your way. If any of them ask, self-defense, you know the drill. As much as it pains me for veterans to end up this way, I imagine they may have just been sick. There's only so much forgiveness in times like this. I hope you understand. There's only so much that can be done.
You know, I fought alongside some of them.
Sorry. Must have been hard.
Hey, if if this turns into, some internal investigation or anything, you don't have to cover for me or anything. I struck first. And people died.
But I've worked with you for some time now, and I know how you react in those kinds of situations. You probably did the right thing, or at least the best thing you could have done in that moment.
I felt like I was at war again.
Well, from the big picture perspective, it's worked out.
Do you want me to stick along with these guys?
Well, there's a long pause and sigh on the other end. She says, I was hoping it would take a little longer for this, but, Dark Lantern Vesper, status update. Is everything going well as far as this half-orc Gavlock concerned? Is the investigation going well?
And I update her. I just give everything that
Give
Gavlock
everything?
told us. Yeah, from the apartment and stuff. He's given us a lot of information, but I still feel like we're in the dark, you know?
And unfortunately, I agree. Playing into this person's plans is doing exactly that. It's playing into their plans, but I think there's a certain strength that comes with knowing you're playing into that game. And it's gonna take a lot out of you, and probably all of them, whether they realize it or not. They've been in a lot the past week or so. God, some of them have families to worry about. It's gonna take a lot, and so I will tell you. I assume you share Ithranel's name with Usid?
Yeah.
Usid says, you are a Dark Lantern yourself. You know these skills and resources we have at our disposal. If you give the word, we can send out other agents to gather as much intel as we can. But also, as you know, that's not without its consequences. If this person is as in touch as it seems, and as in control as it seems, if they get a whiff of people sniffing around about her and inquiring about her, that could turn everything upside down. But we could probably get some of the information you may need. But that's your call.
Damn it.
It's not guaranteed. There's, we could get out quick and clean, as it were, but if it's as well crafted as it sounds, I worry about how much risk we are at liberty to take, and so that's why I leave that up to you. You can think on it. You can think. You've clearly had your hands full. So you can think on it and see what happens. But if you're going to be
Okay.
faking deaths, I'm glad we know. And she kind of laughs it off a little bit.
Yeah. Heh.
And of course, if
Can
you
I
do
use my
decide
echo
to fake deaths and whatever it might be, as a King Citadel member, we can make sure that we are in charge of these cases, and therefore no Sharn Watch folks get involved.
I think that might be best for now.
And at this point, after being in conversation for a few minutes, some Sharn Watch officers arrive, just to sort of, you know, get any kind of statements or anything, but they have all been informed this has been effectively an act of very low importance. Yeah, it's been self-defense, it's been justice, and so even though technically, according to the law, they should still, you know, get statements and, you know, probably take it to court or collect fines, whatever it might be, because of King Citadel involvement, they sort of just go and essentially they get the cursory, like, hey, what happened? And the person says, and they're like, all right, and then they move on with their day. It's taken care of. But as far as the collection of any bodies goes, this is going to sound like a weird question for my players. Are there any bodies or people that they don't want transported to local healers or things? Or is it okay if everyone's taken? The only people that might, you know, it might matter are the cleric and the Arum member. And the Arum member's been pretty well intimidated and scared scared shitless, so I'll leave it up to you guys who is taken away and who isn't.
Killian prefers all of them be, seek the appropriate medical attention. Or are provided the,
Anyone against that? And if you want to ask questions or things, you could always go back later as well.
I'll make sure to reach out to my family in some way, and tell them about the different dwarf families that are doing this. I'll make sure to also put down like a kind of a marker of Kundrak family on these bodies.
You're doing the Kundarak send their regards type thing?
I'm saying get your shit in order, get your family in order.
Oh man.
And I'll make sure to tell my family about these people and be like, hey, if you see these families, they're giving bad names for our for dwarves in our town or in our city.
I love it. Amazing. So Killian makes his calls. Spike is
I have something I want to do. I'm like, listen, there's an opportunity, might as well take it.
I'll say in the past like 10 minutes you've broed out with your warlock patron. You've been like completely, festooned with adoration from Karamantonin. Had a nice little couple minutes.
A nice couple minutes. I want to go back to Kara, and I'm gonna say, now, Kara, excuse my appearance. I kind of got roughed up in the brawl there a little bit, but if you're not doing anything this weekend, I'd like to take you out on a date. I got tickets to the Pegasus show at the Pegasus Spire in Upper Door. That'd be something you enjoy.
Killian
if you
goes,
do me the honor.
Gross. she hesitates for a second, and then says, "Absolutely. Just tell me when and where, and I'll meet you there." Yep.
Hey.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I'll pick you up the equivalent to Saturday at 8.
So today would be Saturday. So a week
I'll pick you up, next Saturday.
next. Perfect. She
I'll
says,
pick you up in 8 minutes.
Can I insight check her to see if she was actually surprised of about what happened here?
make an insight check for me, Oleg. You're like, my bro's getting hit on? My bro is getting a girl to, like, go out with him?
Not-
What?
It's just a 12.
It's just a 12? Yeah, she likes him.
Sure.
She says, actually, rumor has it that you haven't been to the Cog Carnival, since it's kind of been renovated through the gracious donations of Alden Orient. How about we meet for drinks beforehand there? I show you around the new place, and then we'll go on.
Well, that sounds like a mighty fine night.
And she gives you a big ol' hug. And she goes to, like, walk past you, and she looks back. And then she comes up behind you, whispers in your ear, and says, "By the way, your duster's ripped. If I can see your butt." And she leans back, and she just pats you on the back, and then giggles and walks away.
I cover up my butt a little bit. I'm like, oh no. I take my cowboy hat off and put it over my bum. I'm like, oh no. I run to Oleg. Oleg, Casminden, please.
The Iron Hunter is sporting some iron buns, baby.
I know. I imagine that with his bounty hunting money, Spike has gotten himself just a pumpkin of a butt.
Oh,
Oh, that was made for the war. You have to have a tight butt for war, all right? If you don't, what are you doing?
I would like to I would like to go ahead and cast Mending, but when I'm casting Mending, I would also like to pat him a little bit on the back and cast Alarm on him, specifically around his duster, so that anytime he, like, opens up his duster, it just makes a gigantic sound alert. It definitely doesn't work that way, but
Why would you do that? Is this for
Can you
his
cast it
date?
with your gun?
let's see what. No. This time I'll just. You know what? Everything is cast through my gun, so that's a little awkward. No, this is a racial cast. It is a racial cast of Alarm. Fun fact.
Why?
So my tattoos just light up a little bit while I'm casting Mending, and I'll just cast Alarm as well. Kind of spin it in with the same one.
What is the end goal? Why?
I just wanted to be. I don't know.
And who
Just
is
a prank.
Is it just you being alerted, or is it also Spike being alerted, or is it just Spike?
What does it say? Okay.
You can. I think you could choose who is alerted by it or something.
You designate creatures that won't set off the alarm. You choose whether the alarm is mental or audible. A mental alarm alerts you with a ping on your mind if you are within 1 mile radius.
So you could make it just an audible.
An auto alarm produces the sound of a handbell for 10 seconds within 60 feet. I'm going to do that one.
Perfect. So you cast alarm on Spike's coat. Unless Xavier wants to contend it, it happens.
I'm gonna say Spike, with everything that's going on, he's so flustered he doesn't even realize it.
I imagine
He's like,
that
"Oh, thank you."
you're rusted halfway down, but still either cheek gets extra rusted from blushing. But Spike has a date. Donovan makes friends with a person at his work who is competing with him. Killian gets everything arranged for this. Any other things you guys want to do before, I guess, going back upstairs to meet with Varian, who's been up there? Varian.
Yeah.
You're getting like an awkward mini bar treatment. Sim goes over and is like, yeah, so what's your favorite mixed drink? We can whip it up for you.
Really putting you out a bit, but do you have absinthe?
We do, actually. It's one of my favorites.
All right.
And you're looking at Sim, who is a changeling, and is still somewhat humanoid. You know, blowing kind of bob haircut, still very humanoid features, minus some irises and pupils. But as he turns around, sort of changes into this very stereotypical bartender appearance: human, balding, bushy eyebrows, apron, red bow tie, white button down, and turns around.
Okay, I wasn't with you until you got to the bow tie, and I was just like, I know this.
Okay, forget the bow tie then.
No, the bow tie sealed it.
Oh, the bow tie sealed it. There we go.
Yeah.
And Sim turns around. Bottle of absinthe, pops it open, and says, "Yeah, so how's it going, buddy?" And sets the glass down. Says, "Hope you enjoy that."
I'll try my best. Little uncanny.
Oh, I was just trying to make this comfortable, like a real bar experience. Did it make it worse?
A little bit, if I'm being perfectly honest. You were planning to kill me.
That's a really fair. What will make you the most comfortable? We got to make this normal.
Maybe we just talk about the plan.
I mean,
I won't say no to a mixed drink.
Gav, are they done? And Gav, who is still in his doppelganger form, bald head, kind of veiny, semi-translucent skin, leans out the window and says, looks like Spike's getting hugged, which that's lovely. I'm glad. I'm happy for him. Looks like
Is it
Killian's on the phone. Looks like the Sharn watch is
who's hugging
arriving.
Spike?
Looks like another Warforged woman, wooden plating. She's wearing a very shimmery outfit. Quite nice.
Yeah.
Do you know her?
Yeah. I rush over to the window and just kind of peek out.
And you see Karamantonin letting go of Spike and then turning around and whispering in his ear.
Can I see her mouth to read her lips?
Yes, and you see her mouth the phrase, "Your trench coat is torn. I can see your butt."
Okay, all circumstance aside, the seriousness of the moment, I'm just like, Spike.
He's got that slit up the side, see his butt.
Yeah.
And then now you see sort of Killian without his communicrystal out, Donovan sitting on the back of the cleric having a conversation, Oleg broing out with Boss a little bit. Says, well, I mean, and as Sim pipes back up and says, I mean, we can't really keep talking about the anything until they're done, so come on, Varian, if you don't mind me asking, what would you normally be doing on a Saturday night?
Doesn't this motherfucker know?
Fair point, Oleg in my head.
You hear Oleg say, wouldn't you know?
You haven't been trailing me that long, have you?
Oleg's your conscience.
Well, I mean, once you go into your house, once you, Gav just stops him and says, once you go inside your manor, it's, we don't know what you do in there, so, what makes you comfortable? What would, unwind you? You've had a long day. Should be all doom and gloom.
The word unwind hits my ears, and my eyes just go kind of cloudy for a second, just like, unwind? What do I do to unwind?
Oh Jesus. Hold on.
Do I unwind? Fuck.
Gav does not pick up on that. You stopping to yourself. And he sort of shakes you and says, "Here, let's get some music playing. Let's get some music playing." And he puts on he pulls out what is sort of a variant spell shard. So whereas a spell shard, you access it and it contains written words, there are sort of prestidigitation variant, thaumaturgy variant spell shards that sort of do recorded sound, sort of like minor illusion-esque. And essentially it plays a duet album between Sim and Gav. And says, this is one of the first things we've recorded into one of these shards when we met. It's quite magical, wouldn't you think?
Is it good?
Gav is great. Sim is fine. Or vice versa. Sim is great, Gav is fine. Gav is hogging the spotlight. He's one of those performers who's using too much vibrato. Whereas Sim is like an amazing side singer, amazing accompanist almost. Like, it's fine.
Yes, quite nice. Very, creative. Anyway.
How's that absinthe? It's good. Yeah?
I take a sip. Is it good?
It's absinthe. It tastes like licorice and it's terrible, but it's fine. Well, it's fine.
Feel tasty on that, but
you see, because I rolled badly, but as a perceptive person, you catch out of the corner of your eye, Gav wink at Sim. Sim turns around to clean out some of his bartending tools. And when... Again, I rolled badly. When Sim turns around, he is this half-elven, college-age, buxom young woman in the same white button-down, the red bow ties dangling on either side. It's unbuttoned halfway down. The apron is far too short. The skirt has been changed, or the pants have been changed out to a skirt. Essentially an attempt to woo you. And Sim has now changed into this young college-age woman and says, "So are you enjoying your drink, sir?"
I look back and I get a little flustered, not from attraction, but from embarrassment. And I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah, variant, get
Good
weird.
Do you have any exams coming up?
Yeah, conjuration. It's a pretty lengthy exam.
And for the rest of the investigators, feel free to barge into the apartment door at whatever point you choose.
Yeah,
and she
Varian's not,
says,
like, actually talking about his exam.
and she says, "Oh, conjuration," and reaches down, pulls out a bottle of alcohol, and says, "Oh, now what's the exam about? Tell me more."
This reminds me a lot of "Can I take your coat, sir?"
Can I take your hat, sir?
May I take your hat, sir?
It's about the basic principles of conjuration.
Basic
Advanced
principles.
principles of conjuration.
Oh, you mean like
building on the
summoning up those tiny, adorable little familiars, like a little cat?
So
or an
at this
owl?
point, I'll like walk in the door with Oleg. Is like, yeah, that boss guy really seemed to like it. What the fuck is going on in here?
And Oleg will turn around and wink at Varian and close the door.
I hang my head. Just
It's probably one of the two that shapeshifted, but I just really love seeing Varian embarrassed.
Sim turns around, and it's not something you've really seen too much of, but the skin of the arms and face and head sort of raises up a little bit and forms warforged plating, but takes on a sort of wooden appearance. It almost looks like Caramatonin, but it's like diet knockoff Caramatonin. And Sim walks over to Spike, gives an elbow, and says, "Am I right? I heard that Gav saw you from the window, right?"
Son, I still want to cut your guts right open right now. Bro.
I understand.
I don't
and
like you.
drops it. And says, "So, it went well, apparently. Good job."
Yeah.
And Gav says, "Sim, just leave them alone. Pour some drinks. Thank you. If any of you want to drink, Sim will be happy to provide." So I saw it went well. Yes.
I think it went well, but let's get back to what we were doing. We were finalizing our plan.
Yes. Faking young Manani's death, or at least staging it. He survives. I survive. I die. I have forgotten in the meantime. I was very enthralled at the action that went down. Is that what you normally do? Just jump right into conflicts like that?
Pretty much, yeah.
I look at him directly in the eye, and I just say, "Yes."
That must be
And
exhausting. Yes, I mean, I applaud you for it. That's quite amazing what you do, but that's really what I do. Anyway, so what? All right. So you've had some time. What's the plan? What's this new plan?
Okay, well, if you'll recall that long period we talked, past...
Oh yes, just about 10 minutes ago. Yes, of course
Yes.
of course I remember every detail.
Okay, so I basically explained, and I've thought about this, and will propose tweaking minor parts of the plan, but basically the idea was to somehow involve Ithranel Adana so as to pull her into this investigation in a capacity that we can talk to her and not seem strange.
So
And,
not
like,
necessarily as a suspect, but maybe as a...
no, like I make a social call.
Oh,
Basically,
okay.
tomorrow, vaguely what happens is like, hey, tomorrow's a holiday, so I like message her or something like that, and I'm just like, hey, I really enjoyed talking with you the other night. We should go out and grab some drinks for the holiday. But I'm working at Moorgrave for some like study overtime. So if you want to like meet me there and travel there together, or that would be cool. And then like I don't know, once she gets there, there's some sort of like big explosion or something like that in which I am heavily injured. Like I'm kind of imagining I will pose the idea to Gavin Sim about what would be the best way to do like kind of a big showy assassination attempt that would not, I guess, to present this in a metagame sense, result in a combat. But would just be kind of like something that happens and we have to react to.
Gav interjects and says, starting there before going too far, you reach out to her socially. How? Even the Aurum has very little knowledge of where she operates or where she lives or things like that. And even me, she's only contacted me through Runty Boromar messengers. And
my dear assassin, you're talking to a wizard.
You're right. You did just absolutely eviscerate those. But if you wouldn't mind explaining, just in case we need a backup plan.
There's a certain spell in my knowledge and spell book that allows me to send short messages to anybody of whom I have knowledge existing on the same plane.
Like the Orient houses, yes. Oh. I like that. That's good. That's
Rather
great.
simple affair.
Yes, that's great. Explosion. She's there, and then what?
And she is drawn into it in a natural capacity. Everybody else feel free to interject. I'm trying to remember everything.
We had tried to pose to them. One way would be them doing whatever kind of assassination they would normally do, in the idea that they do not know that she is there, and they think that
Yes.
Varian would be alone in Moorgrave University.
Yeah, the idea of contacting her would be it's a last minute thing, and so they wouldn't necessarily have knowledge of that and plan around it.
So would she
Yes.
be? I assume she would not be in the meeting with you, but she might be on the hallway or something to that effect in the common
Did
area.
I was thinking something along the lines of she's walking up to the building in which my advisor's office
And then the
resides.
out.
Yes, and then
Yes.
explosion. I fly out the window, seemingly unconscious or whatever, but at the last minute, I cast a featherfall spell and allow myself to coast to the ground, grievously injured, but still alive.
However,
What?
however, you
With a kick.
Varian is being sent to the hospital.
Sure.
But it is not Varian.
It is not very. Or points to Sim, Gav, one another.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, we would like Sim to possibly play the role of Varian.
Oh, see, that's in an accident some time ago, Sim suffered. Yes.
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 That is fine.
I.
That is part of the
Oh,
explosion.
because the. Very clever. Very clever. I like it.
And so obviously Varian would be injured. Maybe we are hoping that this would possibly cause some kind of contact with you and them, due to the fact that she would be either in the explosion or very close to explosion, in which case maybe she would be not as very happy with you about the whole thing.
I survive, which immediately makes it so she is not happy, and two, she is in close proximity, which, by how we have planned this, it will seem as though you would have no knowledge of the fact that she would be, but she may still be mad about this. And if Sim is, hopefully convincingly, portraying me in the hospital, I can take the form of Sim and travel with you. Hopefully to catch her in some sort of sting.
And
so to say.
alternatively, we could also, since he would be injured directly in front of her, we are seeing maybe how she would react in such a situation of your target being out of your sight.
True, since she might be a friend of the injured, she may want to accompany to the hospital at a time.
Or alternatively, she may want to kill him, so that there are no.
I thought about that too, but I didn't bring it up just because I'm not sure of her exact abilities. I don't know if that would be in her purview to go about her, go on her own to finish the kill or not. If that's not her end goal, then I imagine she wouldn't get involved in such a direct way. But who knows? I might be totally prove me wrong.
Whether she attempts to kill him or slips up in either way, we will have a recording device on Varian.
Yes.
Capture everything she says and does.
We're assuming that technology exists in
Yes,
this
and
world.
of course, as Gav and Sim just played for you their first duet album, which was mediocre at best, you can easily get that kind of thing.
Yeah, we are hoping that maybe either A, she tries to contact you close by, and in retrospective, maybe Varian hears something, or we figure it out along the way. I think having all of our assets there and having a fork in her road might be helpful.
And I mean,
I
if
like
she
it.
does get enormously bold and tries to do the deed, I mean, I'm sure I could likely get away, but
Well,
I
she's
mean-
on a college campus with however many possible spellcasters in the vicinity. It might be.
but Morgrave will be vacated mostly yesterday. Sorry, tomorrow, if I
Okay.
understand, due to the holiday.
But if I recall, there might be some, security and things like that might be wandering around. But it's
I
all
suppose
dependent.
Varian would probably know that. Are
Yeah.
there still like security and staff, like a skeleton crew, so to say,
Yeah,
still there on the holiday? Okay.
I
Well,
like it.
as the professionals, does this sound like a reasonable approximation of how it might go wrong?
An approximation is what I'd call it. Even as professionals, we have slip-ups every once in a while. Things that get in the way. There's no telling all the time, but it's a solid plan. I like it. And of course, if I still need to get. Oh no, because you survive. I do not need to get any body parts. We don't need to worry about that tonight.
Some blast discs, though.
Some Blastus that can likely be arranged. Yes, Spike.
And we'll have to figure
And-
out. Go ahead, Spike.
I just want to establish just before, also, I know a guy at the hospital. So while you are there pretending to be Van, keep things hush hush and make sure that if anything weird comes up, it won't make a big deal out of it.
Nice.
Cool. And let's try to figure out some way that, like, I don't know, my arm gets so injured that they like have to amputate it, and that can be the justification. Because obviously, I didn't want to actually get my arm blown off. I rather need it.
And I think that can be justified because your family just got you out of jail, so they necessarily can't afford the regeneration process. I imagine that could be even if it might not be totally mathematically sound, it could work.
Or at least hold off until after we've already caught him.
When you graduate and you have more time to handle that kind of whatever it might be. I don't know. Either way, it's a great plan. Any final thoughts?
I have to get home and kick out some people from my home. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just kind of look at Oleg, and I'm just like, we should talk about that later. But
It's very late right now. I need to
Very
sleep
late.
at some point.
And if we need to do this whole plan, we need a good night's sleep. I mean, good night's sleep, eat some breakfast, eat a healthy breakfast. No
I agree,
junk.
it's like 11:39 or something. I figure it's about time for us to. I don't know.
It is just about time for that. So, good
let's
luck.
say mid to late afternoon tomorrow.
Good late afternoon.
If you're going to acquire the blast discs.
Yes.
Put them in place.
And if we want to, we can maybe meet in the courtyard or something. We can go travel together. Well, we disguise as students. We don't really have disguises for that, but it will have Gav or Sims somewhere in the name.
Fair enough.
We'll make ourselves known. And make sure you, God, I can't believe I'm saying this. Gestures to Killian says, make sure you attune to these little crystal things. It'll help us communicate day of. Keep track of one another. So, you all gather yourselves. I assume Oleg drops everyone off at home, like the good driver he is.
I am not going to. I will drop off everybody at home, except for Spike and Varian.
Oh no, what? Who? Huh?
who I'm going to take to my home to help me deal with whatever the fuck's happening at my home.
All right.
Yeah. I'm still like, I like kind of unbutton my shirt a little bit, and there's just like terrible bruising all over my torso. From
Oh, are you
where-
injured right now?
Yeah, I've
I
at like
cast-
half HP.
I cast.
Oh,
I cast
You've been injured by things that like have not been a part of like actual combat.
Yes.
stuff.
That ogre or whatever hit me with the table.
Oh, that's right. I'll cast second level cure wounds.
Okay, go ahead and roll that.
Oh, that's not terrible. That is 19 health.
Oh, I will not say it. Thank you, Oleg.
You're welcome. And they'll help me blow up some people or something. I don't know. We have to figure it out. Don't worry about it. I really need to figure out this home situation.
And Oleg,
Okay.
Yes.
this is one of those scenes that I have been thinking about for a very long time. You sail your way home, Spike and Varian, in your sky coach, and once you get within a couple 100 feet of your sort of parking spot out near your manor, a tingle behind your ear shakes you alert behind the controls of your sky coach, and it's your Aunt Fulcia saying, Oleg, I am so glad you're home. We have a visitor. And you're still, a couple 100 feet away from parking.
Thank you for letting me know. I'm happy that your radius monitor, whatever the fuck you have going on, is going well.
Tea's on the stove. Got your favorite. We have some honey. It's all good to go.
Oh,
How you talk to your aunt?
They're just crazy people. Oleg is literally just like, Oleg's like, I don't know what the fuck's happening right now. He like stopped thinking of them as family.
Oh
no.
Are all of them not family?
Everybody was once family to him, even his aunt, and now he's Auntie was not actually. Auntie doesn't have a brain. No, she does have a brain thing. I would not have said it like that.
No, I just thought it was really funny.
I completely forgot that Auntie was actually my auntie.
It's just like,
Dang,
oh,
dog.
dear.
That's your auntie.
Yeah, I
You
can't talk like that to your auntie.
Oleg would not actually talk to
Yeah.
his family. He has been very respectful.
Does Oleg's family have the same dialect as him, or is that just
for some
unique unto
reason-
Oleg?
For some reason, they don't. I don't know why. It might be
because the DM
I could-
doesn't do accents that often.
no. In theory, my whole family.
In
would have
theory,
that.
they do.
In theory,
That's
my
how
whole
you tell
family
who's your
does.
real family.
I do the
Yeah.
accent.
Oh
So,
yeah, whether or not.
Oleg, you received the message from your Aunt Fulcia.
And I would say something very nice.
very
and
nice
something
back.
like,
Sure.
Thank
sure
you very much.
Fuck your key.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Well, that's what I'll say.
And so, you arrive, you park your sky coach, you arrive to the gate, where normally you have a servant or hired guard waiting, and you spot, your friend Badger. That, runs Badger's Baubles down in, Little Barovia. Your good old friend Badger. But also your good old friend Badger, who is also a total stranger that you've never met before, and you have dinner plans with in a few days, apparently.
Yeah.
He is standing there. Normally he would be wearing his normal shop apron and clothes, but is now wearing a floor or ground length black robe. And Varian and Spike, you see Badger wearing this floor length black robe, and it's weird. No one should be wearing that. But Badger says,
Side-eye to
yeah,
Spike.
yeah.
Like,
He says, Master Gundrak, glad you finally made it. Welcome home. Welcome home. Enter right in there. Guest is waiting.
And I will look over to Varian. And why did I not bring everybody? That's the question.
I don't know.
Why did I not bring everybody?
Why did I not break it?
I assumed that was like a calculated choice.
No, it was not a calculated choice. Legitimately, Travis had a brain
It
fart.
is about
of,
to
like,
be amazing. So, let's do this. Let's get there. Travis, Oleg, Varian, Spike.
Yeah, this
Travis
encounter
Oleg
that was
very-
balanced
Travis, Oleg,
for
Oleg,
5
Spike,
players.
Varian. Yep.
Yeah.
Your Badger welcomes you in, and it's a very, amicable, like, hey, how you doing? Spike, Varian, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're out of jail.
Of course. Badger. Yeah.
See you again. Badger closes the gate and stands there on guard. You see that there are a few people wandering about the Manticore Estate lawn. Also kind of keeping guard. Oh, I should change the music. Hold on before I continue my descriptions.
Oh, let me turn up the music. Oh wait, then I have to hear you again and myself again. That's not.
Yeah, it doubles.
I know, Rachel. I was thinking how terrible it would have been if I'd gone alone.
So Oleg, Varian, and Spike, you're walking across the lawn to Manticore Estate. There's several other people walking the lawn, wearing these long, ground-length black robes and carrying candlesticks, illuminating their path ahead of them. Wandering quietly across the grass amidst the trimmed hedges, you see lights amidst the windows of Manticore Estate, brightly lit and illuminated, very warm and inviting. However, standing at the front door are two more floor-length black-robed individuals who open the door for you and say, "Welcome home, glad you can make it."
Yes, thank you very much. Why are you wearing this?
This, it's what was provided.
Provide.
It's
You're in our home.
Yes, it was in the drawers, yes.
Okay, where is guest? Let's figure. Who is? Yeah.
Oh, your tea's getting cold. Just head into the dining room.
Did you give them teas? Did you?
Oh, they're keeping watch. Well, just go see your guest. Go see your guest.
Sure. Thank you.
And the three of you walk into the foyer area where several black-robed individuals immediately start to go to take your coats. Spike, one of them reaches for your duster to take it off and start to sort of doff you and help you relax.
No.
Oh, that's... Oh.
The duster stays on.
Yeah. No, thank you. I actually
The
really.
duster stays on during sex.
It is genuine leather.
You can't just take this off.
No, I think it's fine. Thank you very much. Yes.
Righty. Right this way. And so this black-robed individual walks ahead of the three of you and leads you through. And eventually you break into the dining room where apparently tea is being served. Yes, Travis?
Nothing. I was just thinking quickly. Oleg would like mage hand some like water to splash his face with. Just like get some water close by and just like splash his face.
Wake up a little bit. The three of you are led into the dining hall, which is a very it's not necessarily ornate. Oleg is this ornate person, but it's well furnished. Long wooden table, well cushioned chairs, and a burning hearth at one end. Sitting almost silhouetted by the hearth at the other end, in the head of the table chair, is a figure who stands up, rises to nearly 7 or 8 feet tall, places their spindly hands on the table in front of them. You see a sort of almost pale blue, lavender-colored individual, veiny, almost moist, glistening-looking, rubbery skin on a bald head, pseudopod-esque eyes on either side, and a just heap of tentacles pouring from their face. as they lean forward at the table, look at Oleg, and say, Master Kundarak, we meet again. And that's where we're going to stop for this session.
Oh
Sweet.
my god.
Because I've been waiting for this moment for so long.
Sweet.
My roommate, the Mind Flayer.
So actually, fun fact, recently I've gotten really into reading this webtoon.
I don't like where this is going.
It's obviously a hentai.
Of course. Yes, post some porn in our chat, Travis, please.
I mean, Travis, we know you. You didn't even have to say it.
No, what is it
He's a
called?
man of culture, alright?
I am a man of culture. It's art. It's art.
The fact
Don't
that you
talk.
also did like a Steak of the Month club thing tonight really just seals this whole it's art.
What is it called? How to be a mind reader? It's a really good webtoon, by the way. It's basically about a girl who's getting raised by a mind flayer.
I feel like I've seen that actually. I think it's been posted on
Yeah.
Reddit a couple times.
It has been posted a ton
Yeah.
on
I've
Reddit.
definitely seen that on Reddit.
It is
Yeah.
super cute. This is not going to be one of those moments, obviously.
I
but,
sure hope not. So yes, that's where we'll leave off. I've thought about this for many months now.
Yeah, and I'm glad. I'm glad we decided to do this after a long day of investigating.
Yeah,
So
Well,
we're
my
like-
initial plan
Yeah.
was
With the
to,
partial party.
if Oleg was gonna go home alone, he would have woken up to essentially a doorbell ring, a door knock, and he would have been there waiting and being like, "Hey, I'm here." But because he invited people, I was like, "All right, I gotta do this."
No, I love the idea that in the sky carriage age, we're just like, okay, so what is this gonna be like? 15, 20 minutes tops?
Yeah, I gotta get to bed.
Yeah.
Legitimately, I think the reason why I didn't invite Donovan and I didn't invite Killian was because I was like, Donovan needs to go home to his kid. Like, it's been a long day. And then I was also like, Killian's a police officer. Fuck that guy. And so I
Ooh.
dropped
Killian
him.
also has kids.
Yeah, he
And-
also
and
has a
it's-
family.
We don't know
And-
that.
But basically, Killian was just like, this guy's a police officer, and I just saw him kill somebody while I was saving somebody else. So, like, he's kind of cool, but seems kind of.
That endeared him to you? Of
It's
course
not
it
cool.
Oh my god.
Oh man,
I thought you were just telling the people who already knew about it. And I was like,
That's
oh,
what I
okay,
thought, too.
sure.
That is
Wait,
also
I don't
true,
think
too.
Killian killed anybody.
You tried to kill somebody?
I mean, I think you took life this night.
intentionally or
Yeah.
You
fought,
smiled
I
a
don't
little bit.
think- he didn't do it.
Oleg was just very confused because Oleg was sitting here trying to like heal people, and he was like trying to de-escalate the whole thing. And the first thing, Killian's the first person to act, and he goes in there and stabs someone, and Oleg's just like, I mean, I guess I'm fireballing at
guess.
this point.
I will reveal my hand. I had originally been like, I'm just gonna fire a fireball off into the sky and be like, get out of here.
Get out of here! Oleg's first thought was to intimidate with Spike, like literally just to look at
He's
Spike.
gonna play old man wizard.
Get off my street!
I mean,
You
I do think
rate
it's
this
better,
box?
legitimately, as a person. I think it's better that we killed some of
Oh
them.
yeah,
Until-
absolutely.
I am
The
100%
dream
on
D&D
board.
session, you kill racists and then a mind flayer staying at your Airbnb. Like there's no that's
I
it.
don't run an Airbnb. I run a
Yeah, you
home.
do.
That's the funny. That's the
I
funny
run a
part.
home.
Oleg just forgot he was renting out his place as an Airbnb. So he's just been getting all these cryptic visions from this mind flare. Just be like, okay, we still on for the 25th.
I just really imagine that the ending of this campaign is going to be Varian, Spike, Donovan, and Killian just going
Hold
like
on.
at just the very end, just like
Wait.
and then like them all speaking at the same time as the Overmind, and then just like cut,
Hard cut.
but hard
Fade to
cut.
black.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's gonna
God.
end like our Halloween one shot. Just a real depressing time.
Real sad time after all
Yeah.
of this.
What if like the visions are like like requesting room service or something. Like Oleg gets visions of like the bathroom run out of toilet.
I'm out of
paper.
towels.
Yeah, he's just like, I kept seeing all these constellations, and it's just like, that was me giving you 3 stars.
I clogged the toilet with a massive tentacle shit.
Oh,
Instead of
no.
leaving bags of trash outside your room, it's just like dead bodies with their brains sucked out, just left in the hallway.
Yeah.
If you're gonna shotgun humans, you can't just leave the cans hanging around. God.
Keep seeing the words "to ply."
Yeah, but for sure though, the steak of the month was really good.
All right. Well, on that note, we've clearly exhausted ourselves today. Thank you to my players for this session. It was a blast. We did some really fun stuff that I've been looking forward to. Spike has a date.
It does. And hopefully,
It's not a mind flare.
yeah, hopefully she is not a mass murderer.
I also,
just-
I assume I'm gonna regret next session this whole mind flayer thing. I have no, I'm gonna be dead honest. I have no plan.
Well, that's why you end a session on something. that you have no
exactly.
plan on.
Then I
So that
can
next-
plan.
So that next session you can wing it because you never made a plan for it.
Exactly. Then it's all gonna go according to plan.
Now we're level 10 because I'm about to have a long rest. These people aren't, but I'm about to have a long rest.
Goddamn longer. We'll see what happens with them. We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
I've already made another character. I'm good.
Sacrifice.
No,
so,
that's fine.
we'll see. We'll see. So
Yeah,
thank you
Broleg.
guys. Broleg. We'll theoretically we'll be here at the same time next week. We'll see if we need to adjust the time because it's the first time we've done an earlier time. So we'll see what needs to
liked it.
happen. It was nice.
liked it.
We were very punchy. We still went a lot longer than I thought. It was because of combat and
agree.
coming up with new plans and stuff. But
Yeah, I agree.
I think we've made some good progress, and it'll go forward from here. Any final thoughts from you guys? Solid burp. Alrighty.
I
concur.
sleepy.
So we can all go to bed. Unless circumstances change, we'll be here at
Shine,
the same Sharn
shine.
time, same Sharn place. And if you check my
Wow.
channel panels, that's the new thing.
Shine.
Look
That's
at
the
it.
first the
Shine,
first time
shine.
Alan's been early to something.
Shine.
Really jumped the gun on
Ba,
that.
ba,
didn't
ba,
you?
da. Wow. All right. I think I think
Shine.
that's all right. 3, 2, 1.
Shine.
Sean.